an easy work, and for instance, I've fully utilizing my team, and people have to work extra hours. I need more staff, and I would be responding. So the response is no. We can give you one person, and you have to provide a guarantee that this project would pay back within years' time. So that's a very stringent corporate business. And balance between the maximum quality and minimum costs, I tried to convey that. First of all, you have to somehow keep your image so that no one says that Mr. Kubarev is a master of field products and is going crazy, and have to make sure that these products are popular and the price is quite competitive. As far as we're a big integrator, there are many organizations which are smaller, that are paying less to the specialists, that have less costs, and they can do that much less expensive. So I have to make sure that my product is bought, is demanded for, but at the same time that the quality is high. Information security vendor, you see such a very stylish and very fashionable cat drinking martinis all the time. So there are some nuances. And I run into that. Bear in mind the case that I have already outlined. First of all, you have to make the product work. This is very relevant, bear in mind. Millions of products in Russia that do not work. And you have to go to the niche which guys were promising, but at the same time you have to make sure that it really works. And we also bear in mind that although we have isolated from the Western world, we're living in a silo, but still people are still alive who know how FortiGate is working or how Checkpoint is working, so they have not grown old. Have not retired, and that means that you have to provide for the necessary quality of the product. At the same time, to make sure that it all works, you have to make the developers to follow the requirements of the Federal Service for Technical Control. If it is an operating system, they have to comply with that requirement. And for instance, the alienated cloud has to meet the requirements to the virtualization means. This is how our dialogue with the developers look like. I say, here are the requirements, and provide me the list of the amendments included into the roadmap. And they return and say, we didn't understand anything. And you try to explain in plain language of Virgin Mary what is there. And again, the blame should not be put on the federal regulator. This is how they have to formulate those requirements. Second objective is to get included into the register of the Russian software. If it is a hardware, then it means that you also have to be included in the register of radio electronic equipment. Not always this is easy, especially if your product is 99.99% open source, and if your equipment is made in Taiwan and assembled there. So this is not a piece of cake, but nevertheless you have to make sure that it is done. And at the same time you have to certify your product while it is still relevant. So my comment is certifying the product from the regulator would take about 1 year, including the tests, including the expert review, and the procedures in the regulator. We understand there might be some extra iterations if the certification agents or lab or the federal regulator has certain requirements, more requirements.
There can be a lot of these stages. So if you do certification, then you should take at least 1 year, or maybe it will take even 3 years. Get ready to this. If you develop the product without compliance to the certain class. And how do you maintain the product during its life cycle? It's also quite a challenge. Particularly, we remember that Everybody is desperate to buy local products, and they bought a lot of products now, and they don't work. And they go to technical support, and technical support is suffering. They have no time to sleep. They are handling this, and I guess they're just taking a swim in coffee in order to survive. So, on the one hand, it's great, but on the other hand, it's not that good. So, this is what my work looks like. This is what a consumer of information security services looks like when one of our employees from IT or from accountancy opens yet another phishing email, and I tell him that he shouldn't have done that. Don't be scared. I'm your friend. Just follow my instructions. So, in case if SLA is about revenue, if it's the federal scale, then it's more down to the ground. Just make sure there is no incident, follow the rules of the regulator, and don't hinder the business activity. I guess this is one of the key requirements. What is this about? Information security requirements should not increase time to market, for instance. Information security should not force general manager to take 5 stages of authentication to get access to a certain resource he needs. Information security should not stand in the way of developers, software developers, or those who exploit software. And also it should be done for free, of course, free of charge. It can be paid for. And naturally, you should do it alone. Just one employee is enough. Of course, I'm exaggerating, but it's quite similar. And this situation is quite prevalent in the cloud. In my company, it's not this way. In T1 cloud, it's different. But many other companies are actually dealing with this. It's quite stressful. Yesterday we discussed it. Alexei Lukatsky did a session, and Vladimir Bengin kept on offering to relax and to drink some booze. We never know when attack will happen. I'm currently on stage. My cell phone is off, but what if my cell phone doesn't work anymore? What if it's been hacked? I always keep it in mind that I may go to bed and maybe I will not have enough time to sleep, and somebody will wake me up and say that the system has crashed, we're under attack. We're always ready to an attack, but it doesn't take long for an attack to happen. Scanning ports, we should do it on a weekly basis. It's not even an incident anymore. DDoS attacks, well, all right. We are a large provider and we're attacked every now and then. I guess we can print out the schedule of these attacks and put it on the wall. I'm not even surprised about DDoS attacks anymore. It all is done on a legacy software, and it was developed ages ago. Of course, you should not change it. It's like the rusty nail in an old car. If you take it all out, then the car will just collapse. And it's very dangerous. Any Windows 2005 server, in case if you want to update it to a more recent version, then this update will result in a crash. Our SLA is 9999, but in case if it crashes at least for 1 minute, then there will be questions to the one who's responsible. Also, there was a fun story. How can I tell you this story without calling names? I'll take some time to think. If I come up with a way to tell you the story without calling names, I will let you know. And all the guys in the market, they keep on robbing you. They make attempts at least. And they're saying, here is a great tool, and we wrapped it into carbon. It's so great and nice looking, and really want to use it. And nice girls are advertising this. Of course, you want to buy it, but you don't have money. Let me remind you. And all vendors are in this situation. There are a lot of conferences, a lot of events, a lot of coffee coffee breaks and nice food and receptions, cocktail receptions. But once again, we have no money, we have no budget for it. At the same time, you are always experiencing resistance, particularly from IT. IT says no. Why so? Just because we will have to create a password with 2 extra symbols and it's very much trouble for us, or we will need to use second-factor authentication. It's yet another certification, and it will make us less efficient by 0.0000003%. And everybody rolls their eyes and says, "Oh, information security again, they're so annoying." But in T1 Cloud, we have built the relationship in a nice way. My initiatives get supported even by IT, and regular users in IT they're not cursing me, they're even smiling to me, and they're even eager to greet me when I'm there. I tried to systemate it and put it into a table. I split it by levels of complexity. So this is what the picture looks like. Here are the indicators. In terms of indicators, I'm taking here budget, team. Well, budget, clear. How much? What's the budget for the function? Team. It ensures freedom to choose whatever head count you want. And that's it, I guess. Competencies is the degree of competencies and how talented are those people from the market that you can hire. But there are nuances here. Regulator is ranking number 4 in terms of competences because maybe they don't have an opportunity to pay salaries to talented people from the market. Let me reveal a secret. They don't have these salaries. They cannot pay as much as people usually get. But those who work there, they're really competent and they're really talented, and they can attend conferences and they always can get trained, and they regularly take trainings in Positive, for instance. Thank you very much to Positive for helping regulators and for training people. Regulatory pressure is yet another indicator. In case if something happens, then you will get a penalty and you will also go to prison using the corresponding article. Attractiveness for cybercriminals. Whether cybercriminals are ready to hack you. Of course, hackers are interested in hacking Ministry of Digital Development, and some neighborhood store is not that interesting to them, obviously. So I'm rating here. Responsibility scale. A regulator is federal level of responsibility. Security service provider is responsible for itself only and for its customers. Integrator is responsible for its customers only. Vendor is responsible for its customers and consumers of the product and for itself as well. And consumers is responsible for himself only. And the degree to which you can plan, like you get a task when you were in the middle of leaving your work desk, it's 8 p.m. already and you get a call, it's very urgent, deadline 8 a.m. tomorrow. 8 a.m. tomorrow. So, let me draw conclusions. Regulators are very much struggling. They're in Spartan conditions. Consumer is doing a little bit better, but not that comfortable. Information security integrator, information security vendor, they are feeling quite comfortable, and the best comfortability is CCAS provider. Please take it into account when you're building your career. Let me sum it up. Here is an orchestra on the picture. The regulator is a conductor, and different cats are playing their instruments, the instruments that they have, vendors, integrators, consumers, CCAS providers. They're trying to play one tune together, but it's actually not working. It doesn't sound nice, but the further we go, the better it sounds. Of course, goals of different stakeholders are different, but the complexity is the same. And each participant of this orchestra must play its role, and the quality of their role determines the whole tune, so to speak, the whole story. So that's all that I have. Thank you for your attention. Yeah, a round of applause is in order. Thank you very much. So we have 9 minutes for questions. Let me remind you, 2 gifts for the best questions. Good morning. My name is Mikhail. I am an employee of a vendor, and I have a question. Thinking about your experience in the regulator, it's quite strange to hear that you send the requirements to the developer the way it's written in stack. Ours are usually getting shocked about this. They have a special analyst who decomposes it for them. They prioritize it together, and then they start working on this. And once again, you have an experience to work in regulator. Haven't you tried to synchronize the work with the lab and certifying bodies so that software developers have the same artifacts that can be given for verification right away? It's in order not to make certification process too lengthy, which is 3 years currently. It could be possible in just 1 quarter, because the method of certification that they have now is, so to speak, stillborn. It's super outdated. It's not viable. When they certify the products, they are not relevant anymore. Okay, question number 1. Let me answer. When we get requirements right away, this was my first approach to this exercise. Some time ago, I was writing those requirements, and when I was writing them myself, I thought that this is very simple, straightforward, so easy. So I made a mistake of someone who has some background. But then, when I'm on the other side, I realized that it was very wrong. We made a decision that we need a project manager, competent person, a professional. We also need some people who could decompose it into a task tracker and to get it up and running. This was my first approach, and this was my big mistake, and I realized it quite soon. And the second question is about synchronizing software development and test labs. I was hinting about one specific laboratory. All right. Let me answer this way. The idea is promising. In my case, I have only one product. It's protected cloud, and I will not have huge inflow, and it will not be modified too often. I will have a look at this idea. Thank you very much for this, but I think it's not very feasible. I think we will continue doing it the old way, in iterations with the lab. But given my experience in Stack, I guided the lab right away. I said, guys, you will do not only test is what you will do, but I'm sure that you will have to upgrade the product quite a lot, and you will be an intermediary between the regulators and software developers. So technical requirements development will be on your end. This is how we decided to organize it, because I don't have resources for that, so I delegated it. Then, okay, let me clarify. You certified once, and you struggled a lot. It took 3 years to certify, and there is no plan to change the product significantly. But what if you need to introduce a new patch there, and then you need to go through inspection control, and it takes 3 more years? Within the same track, once we started cooperating with the laboratory, we authorized them to audit development and to bring safe development in line, secure development in line with the standards. These tracks are not complete yet, they have just started. Thank you. I don't even know. All right, go ahead. Good afternoon. I am here on behalf of, well, I can't say competitor, but data center as well. And my question is the following. How did you manage to get from the stage of menagerie of different softwares, UserGate, Continents, WAF, and different other animals, DDoS. How did you make sure that they work together? Because it's a nightmare, particularly taking into account that you work with Continent. It's double nightmare. And I have experience obtaining license with different laboratories, and maybe it's thanks to you, but it's much easier to work with it now rather than in previous years. So just in case, please pass my gratitude to them. Okay, thank you. I will pass it. It's important where you're asking questions. Of course, there are different institutions, and they have different managers, and different managers have different approaches. What I was talking about is my previous managers Lutikov Alexander Sergeyevich, Shevtsov Dmitry Nikolaevich and his team, Torbenko Elena Borisovna, Zenkin Pavel Sergeyevich, and other leadership. These guys, they answer questions and they are quite humane. About making things work right, I'm a manager. I have a great team of great architects. I have a team of great engineers. I instructed them, please make sure that things work great, and the deadline is the day after tomorrow. So they got organized somehow, they got aligned using their peculiar language, and different audits and different inspections, pin tests, etc. They demonstrate that I think they have done a great job. Oftentimes they swear when they hear the word UserGate. When they hear Continent, then their hands start shivering. VIPnet, they're also getting very emotional. But it's working fine, and somehow they survive. So let me sum up my answer. How did I manage to make it work right? I hired a great team. I managed to explain to them how important it is. I managed to create comfortable environment so they don't have to get distracted to other things. They're not engaged in bureaucracy. They're not distracted by that. So they do what they like. They do their exact work. They do experiments. And it seems that they're doing it well, and they're not willing to leave the company. So, briefly, it's the team. It's thanks to the team. Thank you. We have time for one more question. Thank you. My question is the following. Since I have an opportunity to ask an insider, so to speak, a regulator insider, usually this orchestra is moving in a way that the regulator is a conductor and different organizations start playing. I'm a system integrator. I'm looking at how customers respond to this. And one slight movement, and you must understand what he means by this slight movement. So we have to guess. It's a lot of guesswork of what the trajectory is and what the regulator actually means. It has been mentioned that there is a better communication with the regulator. Communication is possible, at least. Does the regulator collect any feedback, first of all? Is there any opportunity to give our feedback to them? And second, what is the right platform to learn the right clarifications? People do not always have a chance to come offline. It's a good question. If you open the website Stack Russia, I'm sure that you're there all the time, you will find a tab with contact details. You can find their contact details, phone numbers, and their real people will answer your phone call, so you can agree on a meeting with them. Or you can ask your questions. Of course, sometimes they will not be eager to schedule a meeting with you. So please specify your questions, explain why it is important, so that they make a decision that the meeting is really important and we cannot solve it by phone or by email. This is the first case. Second case, we have email. Please make a phone call and say, I have a great suggestion. Please pay attention to it. I can send it as a document. Please have a look at my suggestion. Or please have a look at my questions and what is not clear to me. Most welcome. It really works. All right. What else? Round, or we're done, or what else? Could you please pass the microphone to the lady in the fourth row? She's wearing an orange T-shirt. What's your name? Olga? Olga, where are you from? Solar company. I guess you can guess by the color. What's the best question, Olga?
Первый.
The first one. Oh, great. And what's the quality of the second question? It was good as well.
Мне первый понравился.
But I liked the first question. I have two gifts. This is why I need to know the first and the second question. But it was one person. No. Yes.
Окей, я имею в виду.
All right. I mean the first person and the second person asking questions. Okay, the first and the second people asking questions, please approach me. I will give you your gifts. Thank you very much.
господа, добрый день.
Afternoon.
Тема нашего сегодняшней дискуссии, точнее моего выступления,
I'm about to speak about how
среднему бизнесу.
small and medium-sized enterprises could avoid cyber attacks if they have no money for the information security. The previous speakers have already touched upon that topic. You always run out of money. Raise your hands, those who are from SMEs or from customers or from the regulator.
Очень интересно, спасибо. Но это
Thank you so much.
касается большого бизнеса. Итак,
I will speak about big business as well.
начнем.
Let me begin. To start with, let me introduce myself. My name is Kuznetsova Elizabeth. I'm head of the complex project from InnoStage company.
Сегодня мы поговорим о том,
Today we are going to speak about how we can avoid cyber attacks. Once you have no time to have necessary personnel, if the attacks every time, every month, every day become more
и
obvious and more relevant.
И в своем выступлении я хочу это сделать с точки
And
зрения
in my presentation, I would like to speak through the prism of the information security concept. And as far as
должна появиться фраза какого-то умного
I was
человека,
supposed to quote from some smart guy,
ожидания, я решила сразу
to meet the expectations, I immediately decided to
Уинстона Черчилля:
modernize the phrase by Winston Churchill.
за безопасность необходимо платить, а за ее отсутствие расплачиваться. Да, говорил он это с точки зрения уменьшения травматизации на производстве, но это как-никак актуально в наше время с точки зрения информационной безопасности. Итак, наш ближайший план на 50 минут примерно такой. Мы поговорим о том, что такое концепция уровня зрелости, почему она применима к малому и среднему бизнесу. Дальше мы по верхнеуровневой модели посмотрим и оценим себя здесь сейчас. Представители малого, среднего бизнеса вы или крупного также сможете оценить. И дальше поговорим о том, что можно сделать в самое ближайшее время, возможно, за небольшие деньги. Все зависит от размера вашей компании. В самое ближайшее время. Думаю, будет интересно. Итак, начнем. Что же такое концепция уровня зрелости, да?
So what the maturity level is about?
Это такой некий путь, некий шаблон, который может вам помочь. Если у вас еще не построен киберустойчивость, вы начали еще путь.
This is a template that can help you, and
проложен какой-то путь оценить.
once you have made a journey and you can assess your way from A to B,
и оценить то, насколько быстро вы это делаете.
and you can assess whether you can do that quickly or efficiently.
Я хочу
Why?
сказать именно в концепции
I'm going to tell you that through the prism of SMEs, this concept is not so popular. Mainly, it's being used by big business, but I call on you to give it a try, because this is not so difficult, especially to make that not a detailed way, but it will help you to keep track of the result, and it will help the top management to assess the efficiency of integrating that into your business. The conventional, the textbook definition is that these are some requirements, standard requirements, for instance, ISO regarding the information security. These are some standards with requirements to the processes and how to manage those processes. But the problem is that every company is individual, is unique, and there is no one-size-fits-all concept of maturity. Still, you have to tailor that for your company.
Сейчас мы поговорим о том, что же нужно учесть.
So let me tell you what we have to consider. As the previous speaker has said, we have to consider the regulators' requirements. Every company, depending on the sphere of their activity, would have to meet certain regulators' requirements. There might be some standalone requirements, some specific requirements. And the most obvious, for instance, is about healthcare. If you have a little dentist's clinic, then other regulators would come before than the sphere of activity. Something you have to consider because there are some specific features, as I've said in the very beginning. So the format activity, online and offline enterprises, by their structure and by their needs, may have different processes, and therefore the requirement toward information security would be different. The level of digitalization and automation, that's an open secret that with the scale out of the company, the digitalization and automation level would go up. For instance, the florists, the flower shop, if you are selling the flowers in the street, that's one thing. But once you have a chain of flower shops and you have a database of clients, once you collect the private data, and for instance, once you notify your clients about certain birthdays, that's a good reason to think about that. Then the level of methodological processes, whether your company has incorporated some methodological processes. If you're a top manager or a director of an organization, and your accountant receives a bill on your behalf, will he pay or would say, I apologize, it was not reconciled with 1C? Availability of stakeholders, it may change depending on the level of detailing, how precise the processes are, but who the stakeholders could be: a regulator, top management of the company, IT department, and sales department, as a rule, because they are mostly processing the data and they are the ones who are using the data. Number of personnel. The more personnel you have, the more expensive it is to provide for the cyber sustainability. Development roadmap. An interesting thing to say. Whether you plan to stay within your SME segment or you have ambitious goals to conquer the whole world and to launch a global franchise. This is something that you have to bear in mind. This is where you can take a decision that you plan to grow within small and medium-sized enterprises. And that segment, and probably it would be easier and actually more efficient to outsource that. I'm not calling on you to do that, but this is just one of the options. Availability of confidential information. Confidential information somehow is pertinent to any company, something that any company may have. But if your business rests on some technological nuances, where once you have some technological formula that you have to protect, in terms of the format of the maturity model, it could be presented. It could be presented differently as a roadmap, as a descriptive thing, but I would advise to make two options. One should be visual, and the other one is a descriptive one. Let me explain why. There might be a gap in communication between top management and developers, and the visual representation will help IT specialists to ram it home to the top management that we have to invest more in information security, dependent on the risks, and then you will understand what we have introduced, what we have incorporated, and why we failed to do something. For the top management,
гораздо удобнее принимать решения на
It would be much easier to take decisions proceeding from the visuals. And
по описательным
the
документам
hands-on experiment confirmed that.
те или иные моменты были оценены именно таким
Why?
образом.
Certain things were assessed this way. What the priorities were there?
Что от вас требовал регулятор?
What was required by the regulator? What happened in the market this or that time?
Это позволит, когда вы будете ее пересматривать,
When you are revisiting that model, when you're upgrading that model,
помнить, почему те или иные
you will
решения
remember why certain decisions were taken, or probably you have committed any mistakes. We're all people, and
изменить вектор.
errare humanum est, and therefore you can change the vector.
Ее нужно обновлять. Она должна жить.
So that model has to be renewed, and every 6 to 12 months we have to revisit it. Why?
Компания может расти.
The company may grow, and therefore the level of digitalization would grow.
Также появляются новые угрозы.
New threats emerge every year.
Те или иные тенденции на рынке.
New tendencies in the market proliferate,
Хакеров в том числе.
and hackers are no exception.
Фиксируем изменения, которые были проделаны.
And we note the changes that were done in order to improve your cyber sustainability.
Дальше я составила на примере модели 7MI
Then I used the
концепцию
7.0 MI model in order to make the maturity model, which has to be tailored and fine-tuned for your company, but at least it would help us to
компания ваша.
assess roughly where your company is on that picture.
И так, выглядит это примерно.
It looks like that.
Давайте поговорим по уровням.
Let's speak about different levels, different tiers. So the level 1,
Хаос, надежда на то, что
chaos reigns there, and we hope that no one would hack us,
Здесь, как правило,
and usually no measures of protection are implied.
управляемый. Тут
Second level,
базовые меры,
the managed one, so some basic measures are introduced. The company realizes that information security tools have to be used, but still perceives that as a technical problem.
до сих пор у нас работают не ИБ,
And we do not have
ИБ-тему.
information security departments, but rather IT department tries to address that problem. So then, determined, this is where we see the systemic approach being used when the company tries to
Включить информационную безопасность
include the information security
инвестиционно, да, то есть чуть-чуть
into the investment plans. So they are thinking ahead.
количественно управляемый.
Then
Уже пора
quantitatively
аналитика.
managed. So we have efficiency of the management with the information security tools. The company acts proactively.
Концентрируется больше на будущем.
The company looks into the future and invests more into the future. And the fifth level is about optimized level. Here you find automation and integration of business processes.
Иначе компания внедряет
Somehow the company introduces its code and its culture
как неотъемлемую
of information security as an integral part of its business strategy. But bounty, cyber tests, and other things are also an integral part of that level.
концепции малого и среднего бизнеса.
But in the concept of small and medium-sized enterprises, and probably you would agree with me, according to my observations and according to the statistics, SMEs
Обычно
usually
первым, дай бог,
find themselves on the first or
прям хорошо
on the
должно
second level. You have to be lucky enough.
Что с этим делать?
What can we do with that? Getting back to the statistics,
81%
81% of
атак на
attacks
малый и средний
are
бизнес.
made against small and medium-sized enterprises.
Потому что хакеры злые,
Not because the hackers are evil and they want to destroy all the SMEs, but this is just because SMEs would take sporadic actions to protect themselves against hacks. Either fearing the penalties from the regulator, or once the incident has already occurred and they are acting reactively. I will not speak about the skyrocketing in the number of cyber attacks. This is the third day of the festival, and probably you are familiar with the scary figures in terms of the rise in the number of cyber crimes and how much losses it incurred to the business, etc. What we can do to make sure that even being on level 1 and level 2, to at least somehow improve our cyber sustainability without investing into that billions of rubles. We'll try to answer that using the most popular attacks, and we'll see what can be done with that. So, fact number one, 90% of cyber attacks are done thanks to the human factor. And that's about the phishing, messengers, social media, and fake bosses, etc.
Человек — это слабое звено. Хакерам иногда
Human is a weak link.
пройти через человека и надеяться на человеческий фактор, чем искать уязвимости в ПО, в оборудовании, подбирать пароли.
So this is much easier than just sniffing the passwords. And the use of artificial intelligence in our reality, it makes it even more vulnerable, and it looks like real letters. What can be done about that?
Обучение сотрудников, базовая информация.
We can train our personnel. We can provide some basic information, raise awareness of the social engineering methods when we assist ourselves. It would manifest itself on level 3, but in essence, it would close a lot of questions. And yesterday, my colleague, Dmitry Kokorin, spoke on May 22, and you can find very interesting statistics regarding our SOC as to what the global statistics is. Well, actually, 30% of people are being caught by the phishing letters. And the people are going to use those links, etc. So, training is mandatory. Some organized courses are required, and if not, then at least you can improve some literacy, telling the accountants that they do not push all the keys and avoid weak passwords. For instance, if the criminals through messengers get access to the accountant, at least the basic passwords should not be stored in PCs and should be more sophisticated one than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fact number 2, there are no information security experts. That's a problem for SMEs. We all know that SMEs are not prepared to pay to the information security specialists. They have no money for that department. So the reason is that it costs too much. And people from the countryside said that they are ready to pay some money, but usually such specialists reside in big cities and they're not prepared to move to the cities with a population of 200,000. I talked to my colleagues to decide what should be done. I know examples, no cases when, well, actually, every year the company would hire a graduate. He works for 6 months. He would get some experience, get some line in his CV, and that would move to another company. So this is a kind of a way out. And once we have your own IT specialist or administrator, it doesn't work very well, but I know that some system administrators would be promoted to information security guys, but you have to motivate them to do that. And we have to agree in advance about his future career within your company? That topic is not easy, and I do think that this is the most difficult question, what to do with the information security specialists, because SMEs usually try to find a universal person who would change the cartridge within the printer, who would upgrade the antiviral program, and would provide an access. But usually it works until the very first serious incident. Fact number 3.
Возможность мести бывшими сотрудниками.
Revenge taken by former employees. Well, the churn is quite normal, but it may entail some reputational risks for the company. I read a story when in the United States, in one project development bureau, assistant director saw a job opportunity and the phone number of the director, and she erased the 7-year archive, which was estimated at $7 million. And it happened so that actually the director was not about replacing his assistant, but was looking for an assistant to his wife. So the feel of revenge once certain conflicts emerge may trigger that, or this is about blackmailing. No one is secured against that. What can be done? That's a register of user rights in the IT media. Many forget about that, and they do not block the accounts of the dismissed staff, and they provide general access and not to provide individual access, but it ends up with very dire consequences, just like in a case above. Usually, and probably we're not anymore speaking about SMEs, but mid-sized business would register corporate resources using their personal mailboxes of employees or directors. Don't do that.
Любой там даже Google или иные
Google or other cloud providers or mail providers will never be able to restore the access to that. Do not discuss dismissing personnel in generally accessible places, and try to maintain friendly atmosphere, and try to treat your personnel with a grain of human touch. Fact number 4.
Ненадлежащее хранение паролей.
Improper storage of passwords. This is very painful, this is very expensive and unpleasant, and the ramifications would be quite dire. Once you store the passwords on the generally accessible resources, the same password for the whole company, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, now control over VPN connection. This is easier and cheaper when everyone has an access, when everyone can check, and no one is going to call you in the middle of the night. But as a rule, it results in very dire consequences. There was a case. One company that I know, and by the way, it was the information security provider, and they were hacked. They didn't have antiviral software, and the criminals found an Excel file with the passwords for everyone. So that was not so funny either for the provider or for all the companies who they rendered their information security service. And what could be done about that? First of all, you can use the password generators and managers that may help to keep your password, or at least to
Регулярная смена паролей. Тут
secure your infrastructure. You have to change the passwords regularly. At least once in 3 months you have to do that. At least I know some people who are changing the passwords every month and then
начинают воспринимать это очень сильно негативно. И двухфакторным
they are reluctant to do that any longer. And two-factor identification. There are some nuances.
она к каким-то ресурсам позволит решить серьезную проблему.
But it may help you to address a very serious problem anyway.
Мы много сегодня и в целом уже третий день говорим,
This is for the third day that we're speaking about cyber sustainability,
как ее повысить,
how we can improve that and what could be done about that. And
кто-то про конкретный инструмент рассказывал, но
you heard about different tools and instruments, but hence is a question, why the business needs that? What is the ultimate goal of cyber sustainability?
юридическая сторона,
From the legal side, yes, a regulator may penalize you.
репутация,
Reputation.
да, неприятно.
That won't be pleasant.
Мы с вами прекрасно знаем большие
But we all know
компании,
some big companies
где утекали данные у кого-то.
that would leak the data or that would be hacked, but nevertheless they are still in the market.
Единственная причина
The
бизнеса
only reason why
маленькому, что среднему
business, SME or a big business, why they need cyber sustainability, that's about money.
крутится около денег. Зачем
Money
внедрять?
matters. Why you introduce that? In order to improve the cyber sustainability.
Если
Because
DDoS-атака простого
if
сайта,
this is a DDoS attack, it means that your
потерянный час — это деньги.
site is blocked and you lose money. Every hour you lose
Или информацию,
money. Once the information was erased or deleted,
многие
that's about losing money.
занимаются большим объемом информации.
People who are dealing with the big data or a big scope of data, for instance, once you are designing something.
Знакомая компания,
I have
которую они простой у них был
a company that I know.
пока не восстанавливали инфраструктуру.
It took them 10 months in order to restore the infrastructure, and they tried to collect piece by piece what was encrypted.
Это всегда деньги.
This is all about money.
IT и B-специалистам
IT and information security specialists always have to
на то,
draw the attention of the top management to the fact that
защита — это не расходы, это инвестиции.
protection, this is not cost, this is investments into the continuity of business, the continuity that
Внедрение СЗИ и каких-то
would be
организационных
ensured by the information security tools and some organizational measures that may help us
И именно
in addressing those problems.
я предлагаю принять во внимание
I suggest that we
и
consider that
повышать
and try to find necessary
немножко стратегию
information security specialists who would be business-minded.
вот такую плюс-минус, да,
I suggest that they bear in mind the
где-то до 250.
deployment cost, how much money they may lose.
Когда бизнес видит деньги,
Once the business sees the money,
уже корреляция рисков
then
достаточно срабатывает.
they would be mindful of those risks.
Я призываю скачать презентацию.
I call on you to download that presentation. You have necessary data in the open source
Посчитать
and do your math.
внедрение тех.
I invite you to calculate how certain factors and tools would cost you
Это очень сильно упростит.
and would make your life much more easy.
И немножко подводя итоги,
Summing up,
о которых мы говорили,
speaking about the factors that we were speaking about, I've collected
слайд,
on one slide
те выводы, которые
all the
мы
takeaways
сегодня посмотрели.
that we have looked at today.
Обучение сотрудников ИБ.
So, information security personnel training. That's about phishing and about other news, messengers, and personal security. Many of us, on our smartphones, we have access to corporate resources, such as mailbox, for instance. Next, we have to avoid weak passwords, two-factor identification, also register of user rights, backup copies, antiviral programs, and something I'd like to highlight specifically. You have to develop a plan just for the case of an incident. No one is doing that, but
it will help you in a stress situation when, for instance, you're seeing that something is going on, something wrong is going on, and you see that it's a DDoS attack, somebody is trying to interfere into your infrastructure, to invade there, and you don't know what's going on and how to respond to this. In this case, you need to be very calm. And you need to have a response plan ready-made to call the database, maybe to unplug you from the system. So you need to have a response plan and whom to contact, where to go, and where should it be reported. At similar conferences, you can find some people who have knowledge in this, in case if you got acquainted with a great man who can help you overcome the ransomware, then get in touch with him and exchange details. In case if you're a top manager, and in case if your security manager tells you whether you don't have this, then please introduce them. In case if you are information security specialist, then please do the math, calculate how much it will cost, the maturity level, at least on a high level. And I am most certain that founders and top managers will agree with you. It will be difficult to disagree with you when you're convincing them to introduce these processes of information security. Once upon a time, a friend of mine approached me with a request. He said that he had an incident, a ransomware attack. It's a small manufacturing site, so he gives me a phone call and says, please help, find some friends who can help us overcome. A ransom is requested by criminals, so they don't know what to do. So they would like to introduce some information security service for their cyber resilience. It took a few hours to reach out to different people. I get back to them, and they responded the words that I will never forget. You know, we decided to pay ransom. We will not introduce information security. We'd rather save money for the next ransom, in case if it happens. This is a very memorable dialogue. How many times they got attacked after that? Try to guess. Well, many times, I can say many times. And I'm sure that it cost them much more rather than a security system in place. Security system is not crazy cost. So what's the conclusion here? Today we discussed why small and medium enterprises should rather introduce information security system. First of all, because of potential losses, and in case if you do information security, and in case if you get attacked by ransomware, then it may happen, of course, but it's super unpleasant in case if it happens. When you put together maturity level model, you will see where you are right now. You will find the as-is situation, and you will develop the target situation given your budget, or maybe you can push your leadership to provide budget for this, and then you will track your progress. It's an important point. People tend to forget about this. Yesterday there was a session about CIS burnout, and everybody forgets that information security people are struggling a lot at their work, and it's very smooth when nothing happens. So the result of their successful work is when there are no incidents, no DDoS attacks or any other cyber attacks. Information security is a process. You cannot do it only once. It's not a one-off action. If you put together maturity level model only once, it will not help you forever. If you only introduce these things once, it will not help you forever. It's only a beginning of this journey. Please keep it in mind. These days, we use IT instruments more, and unfortunately or fortunately, this is the future. So, information security is a process, it's not a one-off thing. Up to 80% of attacks will be avoided with these basic measures that we have discussed today. And the weakest link is human factor. So train your people. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for staying here till the end of my presentation. I'm happy to take your questions. Good afternoon. What's not clear is who should actually do this? Who should be responsible for this? I'm putting myself in the shoes of an SME's owner, and you're saying that your employees sometimes skip their work shift, and you have invoice, and you have some housekeeping points, and you have an IT admin, and regular employees ask him different, very stupid questions oftentimes. So when it happens, then what are you going to do? You cannot have information security officer to be responsible for or information security. In case if you hire a poorly qualified information security manager, then he will not do a good job. So as a result, you will just waste your money and it will not be secure still. Well, it could maybe it remains the same way or it gets a little bit better, but you spend your money for the security system which doesn't work well. Okay, thank you for the question. The most painful point is information security specialists, of course. Who should be responsible for this? Who should take ownership? I guess, first of all, the founder must arrange it. It's his responsibility. In my presentation, I mentioned a few roles. In case if you are information security specialist, then please approach the founder and say, "Dear founder, we need to take action. And currently we are not protected and we're hoping it's not going to happen to us, but it doesn't happen this way usually. We will get attacked at some point." So if you have an information security specialist, you should explain to him why it needs to be done, and the results must be measured from the standpoint of potential losses. I think one of the labs had statistics. It says that about 30% of SMEs do not survive these incidents. They go belly up after these incidents when they get faced with ransomware or any other attack. So I guess it should be joint action. But first of all, I guess the owner must be concerned about this. All right, another question. What criteria should be used to measure potential losses? Like you mentioned, the amount of potential losses, it's from public resources and it depends on the headcount in the company. You will get clarity about the cost. Okay, thank you. Mikhail, thank you, Yelizaveta. It was a great presentation, very interesting. My question is as follows. What's the best value for money here, and what educational platform would you recommend to to SMEs? It's an interesting question. Could you please approach me after my presentation? I will give you more details. Okay, thank you. Are there more questions?
Добрый день.
Good afternoon.
Спасибо за доклад.
Thank you for the
Вопрос
presentation.
касается скорее
My question
обучения
is
сотрудников.
about employees' training.
Видите ли,
You see,
я, среди прочего, этим тоже
among other things, I'm responsible for this as well in
in
my employment company. And I noticed one fact. Ongoing training of employees
скажем так, мягко говоря, утомляют.
bores people, makes people tired, to put it mildly. So they are not very enthusiastic to attend these trainings. In case if there are test phishing, for instance, or test
Сотрудники немножко,
exercises, then these employees fail these tests. Whenever we do these attack tests or test attacks ourselves, then these employees fail these tests, usually spectacularly. And there's a question.
Если у вас какие-то советы, как поднять...
Do you have any prompts? How can we make employees more enthusiastic to train better? Because I attended the PhD last year, and among other things, I heard one thing there. Is there any point in training these employees in case if a good employee will get caught by a phishing email? How do we make sure that top management doesn't have this question? Very interesting. Great question. Recently, a friend of mine shared with me one thing. She is employed by a large business, and she shared that every quarter, in order to get a bonus, quarterly bonus, they need to take information security test. In case if you fail information security test, you will not get your quarterly bonus. So it's a stick versus carrot method. I can't say I support it very much, but maybe it could be relevant. What about possible carrot versus stick? As I said, my colleague gave a presentation about statistics, global statistics, not only Russian statistics. Out of 100 phishing emails, 30 will be opened, and the action that is necessary for criminals will be done. In case if you reduce this percentage down to 5% maybe, then it will already improve your efficiency. So it's something that needs to be tracked. What action gave you the result? Maybe you will never reach the 0%, and there will always be an employee who will click that link in the phishing email. In SME or large business, there will always be an employee who will click the link in the phishing email. And then information security is there to respond. And the question is how fast they will respond, how soon you will block the account and you will prevent data leakage. So you should compare the result. You compare the before the training and after the training. How many people click the link in a phishing email? I would focus on this, but please remember the stick method, not only carrot. So statistics, right? I would look at statistics, right? What else can we use? Unfortunately, I don't think there's anything else that we can use to measure, and we should demonstrate how much we would have lost or what would have been the risks if it were not 5%, but 30% or maybe 50%. Thank you very much for the answer. My question is like this. I'm very curious about that manufacturing site that chose to pay ransom. There are very conservative people out there, and at that manufacturing site, that tiny manufacturing site, I guess, they just ignore information security. Information security tells them here are going to be the losses, and it will cost this and this. and it's going to be better. But they have a conservative approach, and they prefer to pay ransom, and even statistics doesn't help to convince these people. Is there any way to convince these conservative people who usually prefer to pay ransom?
Интересный вопрос.
A tricky question.
Но если бизнесу не
Well,
помогают
in
деньги,
case
от которых он может
if
сталкиваться,
the budget explanations don't help, or potential losses explanation doesn't help, then who makes this decision? The founder makes this decision, or who is the decision maker? Whom are you talking to? I guess this is what will give us a hint how to explain.
нужно адаптироваться
I have such an idea that you should always get adapted to the picture of the world of the person you are talking to. Maybe the owner will say that, I don't want to have any downtime now, let's pay ransom now.
Я, честно говоря, не знаю,
And to be honest, I don't know what was the amount of ransom. They didn't share the amount of ransom. I asked them, but they refused to answer.
И тут, если мы говорим
So, in case if we are talking to top management,
на языке
then top management always speaks the money of revenue. You should use revenue and potential losses language. Information security experts speak the language of technology.
какие-то
So I guess you should tell them about some detected vulnerabilities, such as you should do a free of charge penetration test and how long it will take criminals to hack you. On the 22nd, Dmitry Kokorin spoke here, and he told about,
фонд, который о малом
he said that there is a fund out there. It was established and it extended to SMEs 100 million. So you can submit yourself for a mini bug bounty and to let a test hack attack happen.
время взлома
Average time to hack is 2 hours. They told me minimal numbers. Unfortunately, I cannot share all the numbers, but the average time is 2 hours. It took 2 hours to hack these small and medium companies. This is how long it takes to break your infrastructure.
тут
And if you talk to a businessman, to a business person, then use the language of money.
то есть как я
And also, based on my expertise, in 2022, information security was important, but not that much important. We were not very much enthusiastic about it. Even business founders always thought that it's a myth, that you will never be hacked because you're a small business. But I guess that now, this year, any founder has 1 or 2 friends, business owners who have been hacked, and now they know it's important to have business security. I guess it's this way. Thank you.
Ну, вроде вопросов не
I guess there are no more questions. Thank you very much.
Всем добрый день.
Hello, everyone.
Спасибо большое, что
Thank you so much for coming
субботний жаркий день
on that hot
решили послушать меня. Вот.
Saturday day to listen to me. My name is Rami Mulais.
Я работаю в Яндекс.Клауде.
I'm working for Yandex Cloud. I'm head of Cloud Trust team. Cloud Trust. What is it about? What we're doing?
Наша задача — это обеспечение
We are about providing for processes and instruments and tools that help to reduce risks when working in the cloud platforms, providing for transparency of security processes so that you could understand how we protect the platform, what our operation center is doing, what it doesn't do, and what our security services is doing. We have to distribute the responsibility. Who is responsible for what in the cloud platform? I will have a request. Raise your hands
вы используете облачную платформу.
if you are using the cloud platform in your work.
Так, немного. Раз, два, три, четыре,
Quite few of you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay,
Это
10 of you.
немного.
That's not a lot.
Ну что ж, тогда вы
Окей.
хорошо, что вы пришли.
That's good that you have
Потому
come.
что вот если посмотреть различные
Because
отчеты,
we look at different reports,
я на самом деле догадываюсь, почему
and in essence, I can
вы
guess
не выполняете задачи
why you're not
какие-то в облаке.
doing anything in the cloud.
Если посмотреть на недавний отчет
If we look at the recent report by Fortinet
о безопасности,
on state of cloud security report,
то они поспрашивали несколько сотен
they
организаций,
polled several hundreds of organizations across the globe, and the reason number one why the people are not migrating to cloud
в 51% случаев это вопросы, связанные с безопасностью и комплайенсом.
that's about security and compliance concerns. 61% cases.
Многие думают, что в России
Many think that Russia has some specific situation, and many mistrust the cloud just because there is a special attitude towards cloud. No, this is global.
понятные проблемы,
Everyone has clear
понятные
problems.
риски при работе в
They see certain risks when working with the public clouds. If we deep dive into that, the second question was about
основные стоперы при
what
работе
prevents people from
обеспечения безопасности, какие проблемы,
providing security, what problems and challenges are most
которые возникают. На первом месте
difficult. Number one,
data security.
that's about data security.
Боятся утечек данных.
So everyone is fearing that the data would be leaked. The second reason, that's about the access control identity. And number three, that's about configuration and misconfiguration management. So the public cloud has a certain features and it may create certain problems. Within Yandex Cloud, we keep asking
не только наших клиентов,
our clients and users, and in general, we do some poll across the market, and the situation would be the following. The situation might be the following. The only exception is that
видно, да, что не совсем как глобальный рынок. Это дефицитный,
we see
это прям большой дефицит кадров.
shortage of personnel. We are lacking people, but at the same time, the problem number one is about the risks related to the leak of confidential data, personal data, private data. Let's divert from the statistics and let's try to see. For instance, this is some imaginable application. I tried to consider how certain applications are working in the cloud,
разбит на несколько уровней,
and I divided that into several
так же, как
levels. Just like in CI, the first level, that's about the applications. You have API, you have certain balancer,
какие-то инструменты для хранения секретов.
you have some key management service.
Это все часть работы самого приложения.
This is how the application is working. If we go to a lower level,
Появляются некие функциональные компоненты.
we will get some functional components which are necessary in order to assemble the application. In case of a cloud, why people love clouds, because immediately you have a GitLab, you have managed Kubernetes, and there is a container register with certain images to scale up and deploy the applications for
Ну, для нужных нагрузок, допустим.
certain loads or certain tasks.
Если ниже уже идет уровень такой
If we go below,
платформы,
that would be a level of a platform, cloud platform,
машины,
where you have virtual machines
за 2 минуты,
that could be deployed within 2 minutes, then the virtual network, which also could be set. And you can create sub-networks, you can create some security
а также
subgroups.
почти ну, там, бесконечное хранилище данных.
and unlimited data storage.
А вот ниже уже начинается интересное.
And below,
У тебя гипервизор,
more interesting
у тебя
thing
там
occurs. You have a hypervisor, you have an underlying virtual network. So usually that would be several data centers, and those several data centers would work as one single platform. And it works at the level of virtualization in case of a private, public cloud or hyperscaler. It helps to stretch that enormously, endlessly. And finally, it works on some server equipment which has to be located somewhere, physical infrastructure. As the security guys, let us assume where we can have any problems, what threats might be there. And the polls were driven to that exactly. Number one, level of application. So, first of all, this is about evaluation of the logics and vulnerabilities and top 10 WASP. If we go below, you can find many more interesting things. Quite recently, a report was published by our security center that identified what vulnerabilities were used mostly when attacking the cloud infrastructure. And for instance, it echoes what Google says, first of all, configuration mistakes. So the settings are wrong. Now, taking stock of the equipment, you do not know what cloud resources you have, and this is a big problem. And access control, which is missing or which is not configured very well. So, in terms of a hypervisor, you don't know why those risks emerge, because, for instance, there is some level of transparency. You do not know what is going on at the level of this or that data center. How we can address, how we can fix those problems, that's very easy at the level of applications. You either take a positive technologies application firewall or smart web security from Yandex Cloud. Choose the one that you like most, but most importantly, there has to be some protection from DDoS attack. This is a mandatory, this is a must-have tool. What could be done below once you are working in the cloud platform? Certainly, you have to control the configurations, you have to control data. Thus, understanding who is processing those data at Cybernatives or GitLab, and probably the developers have forgotten something. Added to that, you have to take certain events that are occurring to those servers, and you have to correlate everything. And several times I would be repeating the same phrase, that cloud, this is not a black box, as many perceive it. And here we have to control the access, to understand who is accessing what, and some transparency. Any more comments? Or probably I'm wrong. Maybe I forgot something? No? Okay, everyone agrees on that, so let us proceed with the hands-on. How the cloud platforms repel all those threats, how they help to reduce the risks, the ones that I have just highlighted. I looked at AWS, Google Cloud, Microsoft, Alibaba Cloud, and Yandex Cloud, and compared them. As for the security of data, they all have kind of a tool, like a Cloud DLP, for instance, that would be messy or poor view, and we launched some tool which is for free as a preview. We are just testing that. It is called DSP, Data Security Posture Management. There are also some secret managers, so repositories of confidential data. As for the access management, there has to be IAM everywhere. I will tell you more about that. This is a tool for centralized managing roles and access to cloud technologies. Some guys are offering extra services like DPA. Microsoft call that Entra. There might be different other services. Speaking about misconfiguration, this situation is even more interesting. Many have inbuilt CSPM solutions. Unfortunately, we don't have that.
Я не нашел, по крайней мере.
Well, just like Alibaba, at least I didn't find that. But we're working on that. Yesterday, my colleague
Осипов рассказывал про то, как мы
called
используем
Osipov
внутренние
said how we are using CSPM to protect our internal platform.
Яндекс.Клауд и инструменты управления облаком также живут в облаке.
Because Yandex technologies are living in the cloud and we are experimenting with them. Some of the things have been already done, and step by step we'll bring that to the market. Incident management, transparency of actions of the employees and the requirements, everything is very simple. You may outsource that, you may engage partners or automate that. We have a compliance portal that you may check and ask for the pen test report, internal threat model,
Как раз обеспечивается
and here you provide for transparency, necessary transparency. Besides, many suggest certain standards, best practices that help to provide security for the users. We have developed our standard, and there is the fourth version that we have already published.
Тут как бы идея основная в том, что
The very idea is that there are tools, and they are quite standardized, and they move in the same direction, including us.
снижение рисков при
And that would ease our work in the cloud. And besides, many of you probably are familiar with that slide. This is a slide which is called Sharing Responsibility. Our security director makes us speak about shared responsibility. But there are some boundaries.
обозначено, кто за что отвечает.
When you know who is responsible for what in terms of security, depending on the consumption model.
Он премия, то есть вы просто под столом или в своем ЦОДе. Или
If within your data center you just deploy the server, you're responsible for all security aspects,
безопасности, заканчивая
starting from the network one ending with the application security. But if you take some ready-made solution, out-of-box solution, that it would be the provider responsible for everything except for access. Access to data is always yours. This is your realm.
Когда речь идет про PaaS и IaaS, что такое IaaS? Это когда вы
A platform as a service and service as a service. This is actually when you take virtual machine and you do whatever you want there. You deploy your system, some software,
данные туда,
some data,
приложения.
some applications,
И вот за безопасность вот этих вещей отвечаете вы.
and you're responsible for that.
Остальное отвечаем
And as for the rest,
провайдер.
that's the responsibility of the platform provider. PaaS, this is the database management. Why? They love clouds because you have
Управляемый, ты просто
PaaS and you just switch it on or switch it off if necessary.
Что касается работы баз данных, кроме самих данных,
And
приложения, которые с ними интегрируются, это не наша, это уже ответственность пользователя.
that's the responsibility of the user, that's the policy.
Данные клиента это токсично.
The client's data are quite toxic. We all the time try to
Не давать никому. Вот, и следим за этим.
never let anyone
Какой инструмент есть
get
для
access to that. What
данным?
ways we have to control the resources and users' data? First of all,
Программированное, как бы, которое никак нельзя.
there is a
Ресурсная модель
clear-cut resource model for the cloud. Once you deploy a cloud, and inside it,
разделить на логические организации.
you may divide that into some logical organizations. Then inside there might be different clouds, different catalogs within the clouds. And within the clouds, you may have certain virtual machines, certain resources,
Давать доступ к тем или иным
and providing access to certain resources could be
усложняет работу.
case by case.
Потому что хочется сразу
That complicates work in the cloud because immediately you want to provide access to the whole organization,
делается там в других каких-то
just like it's been done in other systems. But in essence,
доступ не просто на весь каталог, на весь каталог. это
this is not an access to the whole catalog, which is not recommended, but you have to provide access to some specific actions or resources. This is a very well-developed resources model. It is free. We're not charging any money for that.
миллионы РПС.
IAM has about 1 million of RPS, if I'm not mistaken, but this is the figure that I heard, that the load is huge on that system.
Проверяет любые действия.
And it always checks any actions in terms of
Один инструмент, которым вы можете
availability of access. Another tool that you may use. This is audit trails.
это
Audit trails.
события из различных.
This is how you collect the events from different cloud services, more than 120 of them, for instance. You collect that data from virtual machines or some network events.
С помощью Audit Trails собирает
And
события.
audit trails would collect the security event set would upload that where you want, some data repository, or, for instance, we have a connector with a smart pattern provided by Kaspersky and besides.
Мы уже достаточно давно проработали около 70 правил корреляции, которые прямо из коробки работают.
And these might be some out-of-box solutions.
Опять же, это бесплатный инструмент.
And again, these tools are for free. I'm not selling anything to you. So Audit Trails is available for free.
Есть еще,
At the level of configuration, there are some
например, хотите
paid
смотреть, это происходит внутри самой базы.
trails when you want to see what is going on inside the database, and certainly they will charge money for that.
Audit Trails — это просто по умолчанию инструменты.
But these are the free security devices or tools which are available to any user. What are the trends in the market? If we look at Google and Microsoft and Amazon, for instance, CNAAPP has become a very cool instrument. Probably you heard that Google bought a startup which is called Viz for $20 billion. Why it costs so much and why? Google believes that it is very valuable because, for instance, it automates the compliance with the requirements, it automates the configuration. Unlike on-prem, everything is transparent, everything is standardized in the cloud. Just like in Audit Trails, we can see any security event, and therefore we can automate the compliance with the requirements almost on go, in the blink of an eye. CNAP usually would have Kubernetes inbuilt. There are tools and instruments that would check who has what rights to what resources, whether they are still valid, and are there any such tools as a data security platform or data security posture management, which provides for the security of the data?
То есть это инструмент, который автоматизирует.
So that's a tool that automates the compliance. DSPM, how it works in our case. For instance, in Yandex Cloud, there might be some bucket, and we get connected to that by means of parsing some scanner. We are processing the data. We would split them into certain pieces. We will send that to ML. And we check with the help of some simple mechanisms to identify the credit cards. We use Luna algorithm to understand that really these are the card data. Then it all would generate alert, and probably you can see that in the interface of the cloud. Now it is for free as a preview mode, and we will incorporate that into the database, and for instance, it could be incorporated in other clouds or 360 disks. Getting back to that slide, as I've already said, this is this very part. What you can do in the cloud. So I have not mentioned yet that we can deploy firewalls or user gate, where we can use some standardized conventional antiviral programs. Just like you do that in your physical infrastructure, you can do the same for the cloud. But you cannot deploy a sandbox. Sandbox requires embedded virtualization, which jeopardizes the security of the platform. Let me tell you more about that thing, how we can make sure that our engineers, the workers of Yandex Cloud, do not undermine your infrastructure. For that, we have an internal service which was developed in-house. It's called Bastion, and it has nothing to do with a very well-known company. This is our internal system. This is PAM that we call the Bastion. What it can do? It can record sessions. It can ensure some access policy depending on the role of the users. It either would have access or would not have an access. All the logs would be stored. The second factor has been implemented, and
дополнительный инструмент контроля со стороны
That's an extra
схема, как он
SIB
работает.
control.
Обязательный второй фактор в виде
We have the second factor, and that's a token that you put into your notebook, and only once you touch it, you can get connected using SHH to Bastion. And Bastion
каким-то
would let you accede to different hosts and database and virtual machines. So this is our internal tool. We're not selling that.
господин Лукацкий
Mr. Lukansky
поругал, что вот мы продаем какие-то продукты.
criticized us for selling certain products, but now we're not selling this one. Apart from SHH system, we have a private API Bastion. With all due respect to the support service, that, for instance,
служба, которым может понадобиться
service
ваш
support service is much more accessible than anyone else, and we made a special API for it. They don't use PSSH.
Также отдельно нужна
Also,
поддержка баз данных.
you need the support of database Bastion.
Тоже
Also, we have made a standalone Kubernetes Bastion
для некоторых сетевых устройств,
for
которые
some network systems that do not support SHH. We have arranged another standalone tool. So why I'm speaking about Bastion? That's the infrastructure of the cloud. That this is the virtual machine. That's the database. That's the equipment it is connected to. Who may get access to that? The support once it is required to do that. For instance, if you say, "Help me fix the database," or once you have to update the hypervisor or database or make some updates.
И если инцидент безопасности,
And once there is a security incident, then Yandex Cloud Security team would get an access to those resources.
для этого мы и делаем Bastion. Все
This is why we have Bastion. Everything is being recorded.
Security Operation Center.
It would be rendered to the Security Incident Operations Center. And those sessions that we accumulate, why we cannot render that to your security system? What prevents us from doing that?
Что здесь в Bastion могут храниться
In Bastion, there might be some secrets, there might be some things which other people are not supposed to see. So, I mean,
нарушение изоляции, то есть
it might be about just
которые помогут
isolation breach, for instance, once the encryption keys have been
в Access Transparency
leaked.
сделали.
So we did something about that. So what we did,
Давайте сейчас пока расскажу.
let me get back to that once again. So we're showing, first of all, the very fact of access, some metadata, the time,
Для чего нужен был
why access was needed
security инцидента.
in the framework of a security incident or for the technical support. Then we did ML analysis and a GPT summary.
Сессии доступа.
So that's the access session checked with GPT, and you can see them in the interface. Afterwards, we trained GPT to summarize that.
Инженер. Ну, в данном случае
What an engineer has done. For instance, here the engineer
класс, там
is
контейнер, какой-то
doing test containers, he's running some scripts, etc. So network actions are like that,
вывод GPT, вывод
and these are the conclusions of GPT and ML, that nothing dangerous was done. But sometimes some compromises were identified, and then it would be rendered to our Security Operations Center. You as user may escalate that. For instance, according to your information, on that time there was some incident and you want the logs. So you can ask for the logs and start some investigation into that incident.
И тут возникает вопрос.
Hence is a question.
Некоторых из вас возник вопрос.
Many of you probably can ask a question whether you can trust GPT, because they have a lot of hallucinations. They're stupid. They may tell lies.
Мы об этом думали, и там целая
And we thought about that, and there is a whole story behind that. And I hope that we will tell the whole story, but unfortunately this is confidential.
к суммаризации есть 23 шага.
Well, actually, there are 23 different steps on the way of summarizing that, 23 different modules that help us to validate the data,
Как бы суммаризацию, которую сделал GPT.
validate the takeaways. First of all, we very simply, without using GPT, are looking for some compromising conclusions or takeaways or some commands. Very simple analytical work.
Сотрудник техподдержки
If the technical support engineer is copying big amount of data that's quite compromising. Why? They have to
Не надо. Это опасное действие.
download a lot of data. That's a red flag.
Если там какие-то команды хакерские
If certain hackers' commands are noticed,
взяли тоже список,
for instance, again, we see the list of such commands,
добавили их
and we edit them
вот в этот процесс предпроцессинг, чтобы отловить
into
явные
that pre-processing in order to be aware of some hacker attacks. We're looking for some excessive commands. We are purging the commands.
какие-то чувствительные данные.
Once we see some sensitive data, some secrets, tokens, SHH keys, we would mask them and we would not render that to the model.
Файлов, названия файлов.
We check the names of the files, we would purge that as well.
Так как
Then, again, as the session could be quite long one,
проживать моделька может, ну, иногда не может, то есть есть определенные ограничения.
and there are some limitations or restrictions, then we would
Одна и та же команда
actually replace that with
в одну, ну и так далее. Есть
something unified that's how. It means that if the command is repeated several times, then we would merge them into one. Then we summarize that. So there is only one model which provides some percentage
безопасно или нет.
in terms of whether it is safe or not. The other model is summarizing, and then we are about validating that summary.
Какой-то айдишник,
If we see some ID of certain resource, we would check that resource
разных проверок,
using different checks as to
это суммаризация.
that summarizing is valid or not. Then you get two types of summarizing and verdicts. One is about Security Operations Center with a lot of data there, and the second one is for the users with a limited number of data. In some cases, the specialists from our Security Operations Center would double-check everything, so it means that we are
Вот, если коротко, то
providing training for the model. This is how it all happens. Okay,
видите, у нас
here you see
ребята работают безопасно.
that people are working safely and securely, and Bastion is certified by the Federal Service for
Не было
Technical Supervision.
возражения о том, что здесь вы можете наврать или что-то неправильно.
So there cannot be objections that we can be wrong. No, the system never fails. Our Security Operations Center reacts to certain incidents and has to inform the client about certain incidents within 24 hours. For premium clients, we actually will notify them within 4 hours. We all the time do audits in compliance with the requirements, so the cloud platform follows certain certificates, and Bank of Russia and the federal regulator also sets the regulations. But these things are outdated. 2 years ago, it was enough, but now this is not enough, because this more and more critical infrastructure has been deployed in the cloud. So they need the results of pin tests, they need the red team, that the results of red team are also disclosed, and vulnerability protection audit has to be shown. The threat model has to be shown according to Federal Law 52, and in addition to that, we have the internal audit team. The results of work of all those teams are available from the website. You can ask for that.
С помощью нашего compliance-портала.
And please turn to our compliance portal.
Но, в принципе, вы можете нам не доверять.
But certainly, trust but verify, and can use your own pin testers. Unlike other cloud platforms, we do not have to get your agreement. There are certain rules that you may use to pin test that. And if you find something, we'll be grateful if you inform us about that.
Заранее согласовывать с нами ничего не нужно.
So you don't have to agree everything with us, but don't do any DDoS attacks. I told you about the standard. We're developing our own standard, and there are different checklists that we're providing.
Готовый solution.
And there is a ready-made solution in terms of security, which is available from the website.
Мы вот
Also,
вопрос про нехватку кадров.
answering your question about the shortage of personnel, we have
Также мы запустили сертификат
security courses which are free, and also we launched the certification.
в районе 10 тысяч рублей.
So taking exam costs about 12,000 rubles, and this is like big boys are doing, so it means that we have to sit in front of a camera and answer questions. after you did those free courses. So there are some general courses regarding the protection of the cloud infrastructure, and it ends up with some specific things like DC COPS. All in all, transparency is of paramount importance. The trust for Yandex Cloud, that's a very important element of doing business. Therefore, we keep saying about our budget, how many people are employed in data security, and the red team hours that we spend. And we have our own bug bounties, and you see the payouts are less and less. So we need bug hunters very much. We are looking for them, and artificial intelligence bug bounty has been offered quite recently. There are lots of other instruments and tools, things that I can tell you, but probably not in the framework of that presentation. Come to us on the 19th of June. We will make a barbecue.
We have
encrypted it to Cloud Security Day, but actually we're going to discuss their cloud security, so please sign up and we'll be happy to see you and we'll be happy to talk to you more about cloud security.
Если есть вопросы, буду рад ответить.
I'm happy to take your questions.
Вон там вопрос.
Нет, если включить микрофон, все услышат тогда.
I guess if the mic is on, you will be able to hear me. Rami, hello. Two questions. There is a point of view that a solution can be mature in case if it can be played in the cloud. Let me make an example. The Russian market is different from the foreign market. Let's compare them. They can't be compared, actually, because they have a lot of solutions in the cloud. In Russia, we have a lot of solutions on the hardware. Can we actually estimate the level of maturity of solutions based on whether or not they can be put into the cloud? I don't think it's right. There are technological limitations. Not always they can be solved in a cloud platform, particularly the platform that is not entirely in your control. The example you're making is very good. We have UserGate and we have Checkpoint. Checkpoint can be, well, how to say? It could be introduced into fault-tolerant infrastructure. In one data center we had one, in the other data center we had another. And UserGate cannot be used, actually. The fault-tolerant or fault-resistant configuration in the cloud is impossible because in the cloud we do not allow anyone to L2. L2 level is restricted for anyone. I'm sorry, let me interrupt you. Does it mean that Checkpoint is a more mature solution? Checkpoint takes longer to make, to set up. Well, opportunities of Checkpoint are bigger because they have been in the market for a long time, but it's needless to say that UserGate defends in a poorer way than Checkpoint. Checkpoint is a better defense. It depends on the way you set up, of course, but I can make an example driven by your question. Checkpoint understands that out of hyperscalers, nobody will ever give access to L2. This is why they produced an app which ensures this fault resistance, fault tolerance. But UserGate is not looking that way yet. I have another question. Is anyone willing to ask a question? Another lady. A lady at the Information Security Conference. Let me ask one more question. I will then hand over the microphone to ladies first. Good afternoon. I wanted to clarify. I was not clear, didn't follow the moment about, well, our infrastructure uses a cloud solution. Could you speak louder a little bit? Let's assume our infrastructure is in your cloud. Let's assume there's an incident. So anyway, information security, Yandex information security team will get involved in our incident, right? It depends on where the incident happens. In case if we get back to, well, if the incident happens on the side of the customer, of course, we get engaged. We will we're seeing whether it's on our end, whether it's in our loophole. Maybe we have a vulnerability here or here, maybe something happened there. But anyway, it's the client's responsibility. Any incident is client's responsibility because this part is your responsibility. Also, one more question. If we request additional information, then it will be concised, summarized, in order for us not to see some sensitive information, right? By default, this information is provided in a summarized manner. But in case if it's necessary for your investigation of the incident, we can provide any data. We're happy to do so. But all data need to be cleared manually. We need to double check that other customers' data are not falling in there. So this question, this thing is not easy for us. We cannot isolate everything. But if there, upon request, we can prepare data for you by clearing out all the data from other clients. Hello. You told a lot about AU details. My question is, why don't you introduce... Well, I have heard that L2 access is never given, but span should be granted sometimes, and in the cloud, it's a problem. Either NTA service which collects these logs and shows them. Yeah, it's been in the backlog for ages. It's very painful. Every time when we see people in the these people in the corridor, we make fun of them. But there is a priority. Tinkoff ensures stability of the network of the cloud platform. It makes sure that recent incidents do not happen second time. Once they tell us we're okay, we're ready to take new features on board, then we, of course, will get back to this matter. But so far, the priority is for stability of the platform. Well, network people, it's very difficult to negotiate with them. It's necessary. Definitely. Well, it's a painful topic. It's very painful for me right now. Once we have some updates, I'll let you know. Rami, it's a rare conference about every information of information security always touches upon personnel shortage. What competencies exactly, what roles are missing in the experts of information security? What competencies are they lacking currently? Understanding of some simple things, actually, such as EAM work or IAM work, or how encryption is done on cloud platforms. This encryption, well, here, diving into authentication and access control, we understand perfectly well that information security people are in a shortage. We don't have many of them. The only way to make security better is to engage adjacent people, for instance, with DevOps or with software developers. We give them more clarity about information security. And from the standpoint of cloud platform, we're experiencing shortage of people who at least have read our recommendations on information security in the cloud platform. That's what we're missing right now. Nothing in particular is necessary. It's not a big deal. You just need to dive into the context of the cloud. That's it. If I may, one more question. I've been in this world for a long time. I remember a lot of things. At the point when cloud just appeared, and NIST produces a comparison risks in traditional environments and cloud environments. And according to NIST, there are only 2 more risks in the cloud. Judging by your table, it's the same. Cloud environments have 2 more risks now. It's a risk of interaction with the cloud provider and instruction for users how to work with clouds. Has something changed in this sense? Are there any more risks? Judging by your table, there are still the same risks that are typical of clouds, but people are reluctant to use clouds. And it's clear why they're not going to clouds. No, it's not clear to me. Not clear. Okay. Well, according to those who took part in the survey that I mentioned at the start, here are the key stoppers. Here is what stops people. Data leakage risk. People not always people understand how to protect sensitive data in the cloud, but do they understand how to do it on their hardware, in their circuit? It's a different question. That's the point. So what are they afraid of? I'm always making an example. There is often another question. question, how can we trust? So you want us to trust you to place some critical systems on your end, but we're not in control of your systems, we're not in control of your hardware, we're not in control of hypervisor where things happen. So there's another question. We always ask a question. I think there are very few companies that can afford a data center, to build a data center from scratch. So they rent a data center, it's a third-party data center, it's third-party employees, third-party hardware. Well, maybe processing units belong to them, but the rest is not theirs. Do you control it there? Is there full control? I think the main thing that prevents people favoring control is shortage of personnel and shortage of awareness about risk. You just need to know how to interact with cloud provider, and that's it. From this point, you work the same way as you work on-prem. Maybe I'm just daydreaming, I don't know. But these are the key things that you sort out in order to reduce risks. You should configure it right, you should hand out access rights the right way, and you should protect your data so that they're encrypted, so that they are not sticking out from your platform. So all the hope is with AI. Can I ask one more question? Because I'm a journalist, and as a journalist, if I run out of questions, I'm a dead journalist. If I'm alive, I have a lot of questions. So this question is outdated, 3 years outdated, I guess, because 3 years back, Gartner noticed a new trend. Interest to clouds is going higher, like the pendulum has moved. It's not that when we're choosing a partner on cloud technologies, this partner is satisfactory for us now, but it never promised anything new to us in 2 or 3 years, because cloud company has one strategies and the client company has different strategies. And so the question, how can we take services from you? How can we transfer technologies from you to the client? There is no painless way to do that. The only way is to build your data center as a transit point. I see. So what do you mean? There is a vendor log and everybody's scared of this? Yes, exactly. All right, the same as with CM. You just need to carefully choose the partner. But migration from one cloud to another cloud is painful, but it's not impossible. Many these days understand the concept of multi-cloud or hybrid cloud. You deploy some things and you back up things, or you use Sber Cloud, Yandex Cloud, Google Cloud, or some other cloud. There are these cases, but the most interesting cases are how do you recover based on this backup, using this backup. It's a different question. It's worth another presentation. It's worth another one-week conference. Thank you for the great questions. Are there more questions? Thank you very much for still staying here. Thank you very much for listening. It's a great honor for me. Thank you. Oh, by the way, please stay tuned, because the next speaker is Mr. Sidov. He will give an amazing presentation. Is my presentation over? Or can I go? All right, thank you.
Ну что ж, всем доброго дня. Говорят, что
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, actually, it's been said that the conference is a success once there are many more people in the audience than on the stage. And certainly, the conditions are quite barbaric, so it means that I'm restricted in where I can go because there is a marksman, a sniper working in the room, and he's shooting everyone who has not muted the smartphones. Okay, dear friends, let us begin. I would like to speak about the cybersecurity culture. But to make that clear and understandable, my expectations from the culture is not about awareness, about the informed employees, but let me say how, with the help of culture, the cybersecurity could be escalated over to business. We have to admit that information security remains for business is a liability rather than an asset, because they have to do that, but they do not know why. Has any of you thought about how business imagines or perceive cybersecurity or information security? Any synonym? Yes, this is a sect. Sectarians. Some unknown people who are sitting in front of the computers and saying some unclear formulas, they do not guarantee anything 100% and they want money. So these are the sectarians. This is a sect. My name is Oleg Sidov. I'm a director for cybersecurity development for the people from solar company by. I am a reporter by background. I've become a reporter long before. I'm an illustrative example of the fact that you have to live your life the way that a diagnosis is named after you. So journalism, this is my diagnosis. And diagnosis. So let us set a couple of rules. The rule number one, we have no rules. That's why in the room we have people with long legs, with fast reaction. Anytime you can raise a question, you can identify your point of view. I don't want to show off as a smart aleck, but I want to be heard, listened to, and I want to get you hooked. So these are only two rules. And you can abuse your rights, by the way. So the position of a journalist is very convenient. So I am an expert on cybersecurity among journalists and a journalist among cybersecurity experts. So it means that I can go to and fro, but at least I will try to be interesting for you. I like that statement very much, that in business, just like in mountaineering, you cannot actually go to climb a series summits alone. And very often, climbing a summit, there is no one you can hug. The same true for business. Not everyone managed, not everyone could, not everyone met your expectations. And cybersecurity and information security is among those questions. For quite a while, as a reporter, I asked a question to myself. What are the stages of evolution of an information security specialist? Among doctors, it is all clear. First grade student, for instance, knows all the bones, and for the second year, he may be allowed for the muscles, then the nerve system, then the postgraduate courses, etc. Even the plumbers have certain ranking. Cybersecurity. That's a total zoo. Different disciplines, different specialties, and they all surprised us with their performance, although it was totally unexpected. And I failed to find anything. And I failed to answer that question, how it all happens and why. But the answer is quite simple. The colleagues from London Bureau of Pricewaterhouse said. So the maturity level of cybersecurity specialists is defined, in essence, by three questions. First question is what I'm doing. What I'm doing. That's the level of BA student, college graduate. So, for instance, he is positioned in the first line of the support, and that's it. Then the second level. How I'm doing that, the solution of compatibility of solutions, etc. But there is also the third level. And not always you can get from the first or the second level too. Why I'm doing that? This is the business level. And here we have a lot of problems, a lot of challenges. What do you think? What motivates business to pay attention to information security? There are three motivators, three drivers, if I figure something, correct me. First of all, selling the fears. We are knowledgeable of selling the fears. Every morning, the PhD stage begins with selling the fears, and some speakers are so good that there might be people with brackets in that room and they would be afraid of smiling during the thunderbolts. But there is one problem. You are getting used to the fears. And you remember 2022. And cybersecurity has become a hot potato. That was the golden age of cybersecurity. And then the pendant went the other way around. So probably this is about Russia, because we're a little country. And we sing songs, actually, when we go on war, and we are crying when we are getting married. We missed that time. And once again, we have to prove to the business why we are needed for the business. But it's the second driver, and that we cannot forget. That's about regulations. The industry is totally over-regulated. I cannot say whether this is right or wrong. No, this is just a fact. It has to be like that. But no regulator has come up with a magic pill so that their initiatives do not slide into the hard copy security. Hard copy security reminds me of the rain dance. Probably you're familiar with National Geographic, BBC channel, and for instance, they arrive to some deep Africa and shoot some wizard who is beating the drums, would be shouting and dancing, and this is called the rain dance. And the drum is loud, and the dancer is good, but the problem is only one. Which one? It has nothing to do with the rain. And the same is true for the security, cybersecurity. So what remains on paper is nothing to do with the cybersecurity. What can be worse than the cybersecurity that remains on paper? Just an imitation of cybersecurity. And even worse, that would be a poor cybersecurity or poor imitation. There might be actually poor imitations of cybersecurity. And for instance, you have to undergo the search, but you can have 2 guns under your coat and no one would check that. But that's an imitation, that's a simulation. And the business has to see some need in cybersecurity, because we're forgetting about the third motivator. These are the opportunities for the business interests. And this is where we would like to be not a liability, but rather an asset. How we can do that? When we are educating school students, any attempts to get the business interested in cybersecurity, information security, that's a failure. When we say let business speak about cybersecurity, they immediately become bored and would put the finger at the cybersecurity guys and information security guys that they pay money to. How can we attract their attention? How you assess your own private cybersecurity? And again, they try to find the IT guys, then they realize, but now this is the wrong guy. There are friends, family members, wives, and the friends of the wives who may undermine your private cybersecurity, and they got interested in that. And another thing, when you say that cybersecurity, that's the science about the future, do you agree with that? We have a lot of to confirm that we are living proactively. But first, we are being attacked, and then we are on the defensive. We remind you the generals who make maneuvers in order to fight the previous war. Cybersecurity, this is the science about the future. Business, this is about the opportunities of the future. This is about the risks, the opportunities. But one nuance, don't tell the business that cybersecurity may earn you money, because this would get you nowhere. You immediately would be trapped by your own initiatives, and the business could keep your eyes how to earn money. Now, cybersecurity is not about making money. This is about for providing opportunities to make money. These are things different. We were speaking about the corporate security foundation. Any corporate culture consists of different things: efficiency, reputation, ethics, culture. Do you know what is in common? It's all been digitalized. It is digital. We are so much digitalized that very often we would come to the mirror and the mirror would say, there is a digital dust on the air that would tell you it's time to have a rest, where, for instance, you have to make a different lipstick. Because once you call anyone and you say where you are, And in response, you say, it takes me 15 minutes to get to you, so the people do not understand where they are. Because they are using navigators, they are dependent on those gadgets. We're all digitalized. But there is one nuance about the culture. For instance, this is what is called the kill the joy definition of culture, what it is. What culture is about. We don't know what culture is about, so a cultural person of culture. Should he say hello when entering the room? You can say, good afternoon, glad to see you. And when, for instance, some strange person arrives and uses the jail jargon, actually, how would you respond to him? So you do not know how it would look like. Culture is a very different thing. But there are some replicas of corporate culture that I would not name. We are not good in terms, for instance. AR as an artificial intelligence is translated Russian that way, but actually it has a little different definition because it imitates the reality and the awareness. This is just not about informed, but about being conscious why this cannot be done. Password 8 symbols is too few, but they still do that, believing that probably they would get off cheaply. DevSecOps, this is an imitation of culture because there's two definitions which are being portrayed as a cybersecurity culture. Leave the cybersecurity at the level of the IT and security of information, and we do not upscale that to business. But we have to be conscious of the investments that are made into that. I got about 250 different definitions of corporate culture. This is regular, by the way. I know why. Once I got prepared to moderate Forbes Club discussion, and they were about to speak about the digital economy, and I looked for a definition of digital economy and found a resource with more than 10,000 definitions of corporate or digital economy. And I started reading who invented so many definitions and realized one thing: these are the marketing specialists, and marketing specialists next to those who jump up to take their luggage aboard of the aircrafts upon the landing. They're next in the queue to the boilers in the hell. Well, and usually they would start with one simple phrase: you cannot imagine digital economy without our product. That's a nice approach of marketing specialists. Then they would improvise. The same is true for the corporate culture. It has different definitions, such as leadership system, resolution of conflicts, etc. But before we speak about the culture, it would be good to pay attention to one thing. Why we have to speak about culture in terms of how culture impacts the economy, and that would require some proof. So there are some obvious things. If it is as obvious as that, then probably would not be speaking about that, and we would be pocketed by the business, and we would be having tea along with business every morning, speaking about their opportunities, but risks and other things impact such things as inherited trust. I will speak about trust very often now, because I believe we have to end up with the economy of trust. In Great Britain, the GDP could have been 8.7% higher, but in Russia it could be 64% more. This is just because trust as a result of culture. Then the U-turn in the taste occurred in 1993 when a historian was awarded the Economics Nobel Prize, who proved that the plantation slavery was actually not so inefficient. Besides, the Negroes, the slaves on the South, lived better than in the North because they were provided with food, with footwear, etc. In the North, they had to do that on their own, but they gave up slavery. Why? Because of the change in the system of values. President Lincoln met Gabriel Beecherstone, who wrote the Uncle Tom's Cabin, and said, here you are, that little lady, because of who a war was waged. What about Russia? Do you remember what was in Russia culturally before the abolition of the serfdom? It was abolished 100 years ago in 1861. Turgenev published his Mumu novel, and it was a little bomb, and wafted up from the books that we're supposed to read at school. And that certainly impacts our consciousness, our culture, impacts economy, but what way? It doesn't appear from nowhere, out of the blue. So you have to bring up culture if actually you do not teach your children to wipe their ass once they defecate. They would be very poor people. So when Moses was touring the Jews for 40 years in the desert because the culture was different, I have a question. Do you know who this gentleman is? Why? How you recognize him as Moses? You're familiar with him? Okay, you know him. Okay, you actually killed, you have stolen my thunder. And that's the mistake of the translation. Jeremiah of Styridon made a mistake translating the original. He said that descending from the Sinai Mount, he translated that as his face was horned, and instead of the leather of the skin of his face was shining. And now, actually, Michelangelo commemorated that, and now he wears the horns. This is like a Neptune, but the horns spill the beans. What it has to do with us? So the culture has memory. The culture has memory, and it is very resilient. So the Moses toured the Jews for 40 years. The 14th century, Italy. I read the COVID diaries, and we forget what happened to us several years ago. And the COVID diaries in Venice, and Venice remembered very well the 14th century when the plague started with Venice. So the lockdown proceeded from Curato, 40 days. The ships had to stay next to the shore to make sure that there is no one contracting plague. And the skull and the bones was a symbol of plague, not of piracy. Then it changed its meaning. But then, in those moot Middle Age years, the people said that these are the Jews to be blamed for everything. Who else? Certainly, these are the Jews. But other cities would say, no, Jews have nothing to do for that. This is because we're sinners, etc., etc. So 600 years lapsed. Fascism in Italy, Mussolini is ruling, and every city where there were Jews to be blamed for everything, they will be put to the gas chambers, and where the Jews were defended, they would be covered. There is a QWERTY effect. You know very well what it is. QWERTY, this is your keyboard. Why it looks like that? I know about 5 to 7 versions why it is like that. Why this happened, that it is like that. Any attempts to give it up resulted in nothing, so we got back to QWERTY keyboard. There was a hipster's humped one. Keyboard when actually you would be pushing the keys sitting or reclining on the chair. But no, we got back to that keyboard. But it provided an economic effect. The economists interpret that the following way. QWERTY, that's a mistake that consciously was done to the system at early stages, and which has become a standard and cannot fix it. Can you remember the QWERTY effect that we know very well? For instance, the rail, the gauge between the rails, ours is 13 centimeters wider, and therefore we can actually provide for more speed, but it cannot change the whole infrastructure. That's the cultural feature. What QWERTY effect we embed into our cybersecurity infrastructure is the one that we'll never be able to give up. That's a question. I don't know how to answer that question. Trust. I promised to speak about trust. There are two news, good news and bad news. Do you remember that boring book, Adam Smith's Economy or Economics? That's a very boring one. And it was very difficult to somehow pick up a girl using quotes from that book, but we read that to the very end. And it doesn't work for Moscow. Do you remember the formula that the demand defines the supply, or vice versa? What was the demand for such gadgets, for instance? There was no demand. And there was no demand for cell phones, tablets. Now, these were the smart guys, the pundits who invented something. They set an agreement with the marketing engineers, and they provided a way to put that in your pockets, and we can not live without them. What about high-speed internet? Because we do not need that. It was just offered to you, and you tried that, and you said, oh, how we could live without that. And we cannot, for instance, remember the days when we had just 2 copies in our pocket and promised our mother to call her. But now we have smartphones in our pockets, and we cannot imagine how we can survive without them. And you know that children are being left in the cars in the parking lot much faster than, much more frequent than people would leave their smartphones. And we have a lot of terms, and digital economy term was distorted with that political dressing, but in essence, digital economy term emerged for the first time in the European economic circles. In 1970s, it was implied that this is how you cut your transactional costs. And Uberization is an example of such an economy. And what about Yandex? And that's pity that a colleague has gone, and he said that Yandex was totally different before the taxi drivers entered it. And that's really true. There is no arguing about that. But nevertheless, digital economy, that's about improving the efficiency between you and the car driver, taxi driver. There is now taxi aggregator. You don't have to flag a car. So is it quick? Yes, it is quick. Is it convenient? Yes. And certainly there are new risks, but it is very efficient because this is the improvement of the efficiency. Certainly the space cannot be Uberized, but probably, or for instance, the atomic industry cannot be Uberized. But this is about improving the efficiency. But the economic efficiency is impacted by the data. You all are familiar with the fact that actually the data comprises of trust and other things, but it has to be also complemented by the relevance, the ampleness, because, for instance, once your data is integral, confidential, if actually the feedback is kept only positive and the negative feedback is removed, or if the data is outdated, the ex-IT director of Bank of Russia, Mr. Sinatov, once said a story. He used to be an officer who did surveillance for the U-boats, and they had to purge that noise from the noise made by dolphins and others. And in 15 minutes, it's all changed, for instance. On the internet, that's the same. You are using the search engines, and the first advertisement you remove, and unreliable events you remove, and you take what you need, and you look at the relevance of the data when this or that piece of news was published. So this is how you have to work with the data. There is one question that I've always asked, and only now I can provide an answer. It proceeded from my communication to IT directors, and he said, who is responsible for inputting the data into the system? So these are some operationists. So who is responsible for storing the data? We also know these are the IT guys and the database. Who is responsible for the decision-making and using those data? But who is responsible for the reliability of the data in the company? And that was the question until today. This is the information security officer, and this is the one who can check the and verify the reliability of the data and their relevance. There are certain tools, but we use them, but we are ignorant. We are very much ignorant. We do not know what the global economy and global culture offers to us, for instance. Back in 2001, the Economics Nobel Prize was awarded to George Akerlof for lemon market model. So it is a very challenging name. I don't think that any salesperson from the farmer's market can write such a book. He knows how to sell lemons. But now, lemons, in their slang, would be the poor used cars, and the good ones would be called the plums. And if you ever dealt with the second-hand cars, there are two things that would be interesting for those who are buying that. So the way it looks and the price. So that market model results in the fact that the winner is the most poor quality product. The competition, as the capitalist model, is put on the back burner. Some schemes are being used, bribes are being used, and the reason behind that lies not in the fact that the people are behaving like that, because people are human. And he called that the data asymmetry. The seller knows more information, reliable data about the product than the buyer. And you probably found yourself in such a situation, how you're buying the products once you come to a shop. You are using the tags, what is written there, the shelf life, for instance, but is there any guarantee that what you see is really true? And can you imagine that this is true for some civil service? Bureaucrat is supposed to make our life better, but what the well-being of a bureaucrat depends on. If he is praised by the boss, do you find the quality of our life there? That's the data asymmetry, what we know about our life, what the bureaucrat reports to the boss, and the decision taken by the boss. These are the three things different. And we get back to the asymmetry of data, reliability of the data and checking of the code, because the fake news was not invented in the 21st century. And the old Chinese emperors also disseminated fake news, because in our pocket now we have the whole factory of fake news. We can proliferate that and generate that ourselves. According to the focus, in 2025, we will run out of data that were used in order to train our chatbots. And so it means that the chatbots would train themselves, proceeding from the information that generated on their own. And then there will be a war between the free chatbots and the paid ones. So the paid ones believed to be more reliable, but is there any guarantee that information that we get proceeding from big data, proceeding from other things? Well, actually, you don't have to store big data. You'd rather buy big data from the big data exchange if we need that. But who told you that those data would be reliable? Who is responsible for the reliability of the data? That would be the guy from the Information Security Department. So culture, that's the aggregate of a set of behavioral patterns acquired by an organization through adaptation of the external environment and internal integration. And I do think that you encountered the different manifestations of corporate culture. Do we have any students here? So best regards to Miria. In what corporate culture would you like to work? The one on the right-hand side or the left-hand side? When you actually are marching in certain ranks, and certainly everyone would like the right-hand side. And then a provocative question. Usually that part is somewhere there in the bottom, but the maturity model says that everyone wants to work where there is a stability, where there is aristocracy, and most likely you will have to stick to the dress code, etc. Where the culture is, how you work, because culture has three levels of maturity. So the culture does not appear from nowhere at the first level, and you know all those things. These are about prohibitions and restrictions and oppressions. During Peter the Great, for instance, the population of Lithuania was more than the population of Russia, and then potato was brought to Russia. And well, actually, in Lithuania, it was either or. If you want, you could buy that, or you should not buy that. But Peter the Great made all the people mandatory to eat potato, and as a result, a democratic boom occurred. So we know what oppressions are about. But there is the second level of culture that we have to move to, and not everyone does that. This is conscious behavior of the members of the elite club. When your employees, when your staff members value the membership in some elite club, where they are because of that information security. For instance, they can work from home, and due to the cyber culture, they can get access to data from somewhere there, and they can work from abroad, from home. This is the advantage. This is something that they value. And they lose the authority status, etc. otherwise. And number three, this is when it is done at the level of the business, and this is our main goal when cybersecurity becomes a competitive edge for the business, because everyone understands its value. Then SLA would sell that as an extra competitive edge, and the data would not be leaked because they are either insured or protected. So in case the data is leaked, you would get an insurance.
Of course, business understands it. It's an opportunity for business. But then there are cases that we can talk about for a long time. They're in shortage. Many of them are made up. But how can you build a culture? What is culture in our understanding? Here are two examples of culture. We're not going to be riding into the fence in our car, right? Because we want our security to be there. The fence is a line. It's the same as this line, but nobody will cross a fence, but people do cross the lines. You will maybe go very fast, you may be speeding, but you never hit the wall. Why is that? The principles of habit generation. First, clear requirements, policies, regulations, instructions, etc. Independent control. Well, it's we have a lot of laws. Our crazy deputies have come up with a lot of laws. They are harmless until the point when they start enforcing them. When they enforce the laws, we realize that they cannot control them, but they just want it to be this way. It's wishful thinking. So they just choose whom they want to enforce these laws upon. And definitely there should be feedback why it shouldn't be done this way, so there shouldn't be repressions right away. On the second level, it's dialogue, but where dialogue ends and repression start, it's a huge question. However, in cybersecurity, there are a lot of people who end things on repressions. They believe that dialogue with the regulator is simple. Where are our carrots? And you see that when you get carrots from a regulator, then in some time you will get a stick. It's just delayed. It's a necessary schema. Where does this schema come from? From adjacent knowledge. I guess all the cybersecurity is about change management. But there is no security manager on MBA on this course of change management. But information security people actually must be aware of change management. Only three principles work together. They cannot work one after another. First rule, then control, then feedback, and then you adjust the rules to that. What if rules do not work? And it's important. Why would we need any articles in the code if they don't work? We eliminate them from the code and we replace them with the others. The one who lobbies them will prove them. But why would he do that? Despite the fact that they don't work? It's a different question, as we say. But no, it's the same question, actually. It's a big mistake to assume that you should start cybersecurity from control. We know how to do that. We control, we enforce, we scare people. But there's a joke that we all will go to heaven in case if we have time to clean our log files. But it's a big mistake. What should we start with? What should we start cybersecurity with? No, from your friendship with CEO and leadership. But cybersecurity managers don't have the rights. They cannot introduce rules themselves. You need to lobby it, and in order to lobby it, leadership needs to control it, need to support it. It should be on board. Somebody, HR maybe, should introduce it, and it will require budget. It will require going beyond information security. These rules must be legalized, because simply introducing DLP system, it doesn't mean that it's legal and people will follow it. Even if people sign it, or maybe they can actually reject it according to the Constitution, they can. Any employee can fight for their constitutional rights and they will win in court in case if they wish so. The next slide will be an intrigue. But, well, yeah. Next important point. National peculiarities. We are in Russia. Things are different here. Russia is very diverse. According to Natalia Zubarevich, a teacher in Moscow State University, there are 4 types of Russia. With one part of Russia, you can negotiate and come to terms, but with the 3 other types of Russia, you cannot negotiate and cannot come to terms. There are a lot of individualities. Moscow is individual. We're in Moscow. We're listening to me. I'm interested to you. But in other regions, people will ask me first, "Are you familiar with that guy? Are you familiar with that guy? Have you been to prison? Who was next door from you when you were in prison?" So it will be important for them. Next, broken windows principle. Do you know what's that? There was New York of 1980. Was a terrible metro, dirty streets, and in case if somebody is breaking windows, you need to replace the window immediately. I'm sure that you have seen old cars in the yard, and in case if tires are flat, then they stay flat, and in this case, then somebody will steal something from this car, break the windows from this car, and in case if this car would have, the owner of this car would just inflate the tires, then it wouldn't have happened. It's psychologically easy to break the second window if the first one has already been broken before you. The same way here, we should not create a precedent. We should escalate it right away. We should not allow anyone to break the culture. And this is the broken windows principle in Russia. Once somebody throws some garbage somewhere in the street, then in 1 week you can see a pile of garbage on this place. It's not. I'm not a journalist who doesn't like his motherland. No, garbage cannot be towed. The waste management car just cannot get to this waste. This is why they cannot collect this garbage, simply because they cannot make their way there, and it should be escalated in case if it happens this way. Is it difficult to escalate everything from the first attempt? Right, it is. Especially when the first exceptions come from the management of the car. There's a concept, bring in all device. And when everybody brings their gadgets and they're using their own gadget, and it's great, business saves money, and then you should introduce the code or the rules how to use personal devices. For certain models of gadgets, the approach will be different. And then cybersecurity is in hell. It was the first day after Christmas holidays. Those rules who forget the rules, they bring in the gadgets that are prohibited. And who's the first doing that? General manager. And this is when we remember an old joke. First, the chairman violates the rule, then the whole village will violate the rules. So it starts from leadership. First, the C1 manager, then the further managers, then secretaries, and then everyone else. So control matters really. If you focus attention on control, then the financial cost for control will be enormous. On the one hand, attitude to people people attitude to the rules will be this way. At the start, people are absolutely law-abiding, like 10% will be absolutely law-abiding, and 10% will be absolutely not law-abiding. The first ones love you by default. You should get rid of the second one, but there are 80% who are able to get adjusted to your policies. These 80% include such an option as insiders. We're back to this topic. There was a time when we got tired of this, but now we're back to it. But now the time exerts a lot of pressure. An insider is a company who is misbehaving in the company, does something bad. But the thing is that this guy actually is not supposed to show up in the company in the first place. HR should not let him in. Information security system should not let him in. When you talk to him, you realize he's wrong. But the thing is that people change because of internal or external reasons. Internal, for instance, you were deprived of your bonus, or somebody swore at you, or you got reprimanded, or you did not get promoted. External reasons. When somebody gets sick, or you get a mortgage, or you have a girlfriend and she requests a lot of money. But now is the time when people are under both external and internal pressure. And this political attitude really changes behavior of people. So you have to monitor their behavior. But in case if you spend all the money for monitoring, then when you're going to do cybersecurity? We don't have time for that. Cybersecurity is about future. How can you look forward in the future, but not at now? Then life makes us switch to the next level. The next level is when we put together cyber elite. First, you become an information security partner for your colleagues, which means that you help them behave right and you help them switch to this level and admit them to this elite club. At some point, when your cost for monitoring grows dramatically and risks are going down, then you can pay some money to them for this, a little bit. In case if people are in the green, they get X small amount of money. In case if he's doubtful somewhere in the yellow area, then you don't pay anything. And in case if he's in the red, then you deduct money from him. In case if you click a phishing link, for instance, you're in the red. What's the risk of phishing link? The risk is not that people will click on it. The risk of the phishing link is that none of them will report to cybersecurity that there is a suspicious link, so that cybersecurity would be aware of this. We had a case when anti-phishing system was introduced to our company. The most risky department in the company is accountancy. In accountancy, they had 30 elderly ladies. They took tests and they passed these tests, and they got bonuses for this tests. Cybersecurity tests passed. After that, the company told us, in case if these accountants are so clever, then why should we buy some methods or some tools that prevent tuition? So we convinced them somehow to send a phishing email to the company, and in case if 10 accountancy employees will respond to it out of 30, then you buy this. How many responded to it? How many clicked the link? 20? 25? 30? 30. Everyone. Even more. 700 people clicked the phishing link. It was an empty website, actually. It was just a counter. It was calculating how many people clicked it. The email said, esteemed employee of the company, leadership of the company is very happy with your work, and on the 8th of March, you will get a discount in an online store, 30%. 29 accountants click this link, and they reach out to their chief accountant, and they're saying that our IT guys prohibited this to us, our leadership gave us a gift, and we cannot even use this link. An accountant escalates it to all IT. IT guys get this email. All the general managers are copied on this email. They all get furious, and all IT guys made sure that it actually doesn't work. But accountants stay vigilant, and they reach out to their friends and relatives, and they send this phishing link to their friends. Then there were 700 clicks on this link, and then we said, enough, let's disconnect this. How can you monitor this after this? There was not even one employee who would say that you should not click it. This person should have been paid a bonus. This way you reduce monitoring costs, and you become cyber partners, and they switch to cyber partner role for you. You have support on both ends. This is the second level. After this, you can switch to the third level when you have business information security partners, when business understands that it's important and business reaches out to you first. Regulations will not work here. Retail is a great example. Never explain marketing to the one who was selling toothpaste in retail. Some copics or some decimal numbers are a great asset in the retail market. They know how to supply goods, and they use some competitive advantages to interact with their partners. And now you know that on every there are a lot of attacks on supply chains, and IT companies are at risk. Why IT companies exactly? Because they don't know that they're actually IT companies. COVID made us totally digital, and many people went online. Businesses went online, but they did not introduce cybersecurity. Their level of cybersecurity mindset is zero, but they are partnering with us. This is why partners in retail understand this, but who are excluded from this group? Who are not in this group? We forgot about IT people. IT people are at risk because you cannot start working with IT. You cannot approach IT from the first stage. IT believes that they are very knowledgeable about business information security. Who are in the risk group of the criminals, cyber criminals? Yes, children and elderly people. Yes, but ranking number 3. The third people at risk are mothers with little children staying at home, and in case if somebody makes a phone call and they show some interest and they are fishing for some money from them. And the first people at risk are the ones who believe that this will never happen to them. They are at risk in terms of information security. There's a well-known jazz singer in Russia. She thought that she's almost divine person, but actually a criminal did hack her. They have high expectations, and they get abused. So IT guys are at risk, and business is also at risk. Business that believes that they can do a lot of things and nothing is going to threat them. Cybersecurity of C1 leaders is a very special thing, and it should be a separate track in information security. I would not try to hack a state deputy because they're super protected. In our genre, there's a topic that should not be spoken about. Our communication should not be a hacker's masterclass. I would not try to hack state deputies because they're supported by information security departments of the state. But I would approach actually their girlfriends, their lovers, and their friends. The question is off the mic. Yeah, why not? Thank you very much. I guess that's all that I have, and now I'm ready to take your questions. Yes, please. Please introduce yourself. Hello, my name is Yekaterina. My question is as follows. Could you explain, is it possible to explain to business that business security is necessary through financial benefit? So, explaining it in terms that things that they will not lose or how much it will cost them to have it. It's a poor conversation when you're starting with you will lose it in case if, but what if it doesn't happen and you will not lose it? There have been a case when they kept on selling information security and they found a vulnerability in the app, so let's drop sales. So they reached out to CEO and they said, let's sell. And then no risks manifested themselves. But what did information security do when they escalated these risks to business? Nobody would listen to them anymore. In case if information security comes to manager and talks about any vulnerabilities and they do not manifest themselves, then information security will never be trusted again. So you should. I think the right question would be different. The right way to convince business is different. One tactless question. Are there any representatives of Russian railways in the audience? What company do you work for? Okay. We'll keep you in mind. Let me say, I wouldn't like to offend anyone. After this phrase, I can offend anyone, actually. I can take any attempts. How much did Twix cost in Russian railways buffet in 10 years ago? What was the price? 30 rubles, 50 rubles. Those who are true, you can take camera from that cameraman. 350 rubles. 450. The right answer is mine, 0. They were not on sale, simply because when the after incident with Twix, sales of Twix was prohibited in Russian railways buffet or canteen. When you say reputation risks of Russian railway company, what is the unnecessary word? One unnecessary word. But reputational risks are typical of an official who works with Russian railway company. In case if We're being recorded here. We are going to have troubles. All discounts to with Russian railway company will be zeroed. So in case if there is an incident, then monitoring people and incident experts will reach out to the company and see where is the problem. In case if this incident impacts reputation of the company, then they will understand your arguments. So it's reputation. Okay, but there's another question about reputation. What? Whose reputation? Information security or business? Business reputation. Last year, a lot of businesses had their data leaked, and these businesses continue work, and their reputation suffered, but it suffered for a month only. After these data leakages, there were a lot of statements that we will leave your bank unless, in case if our data will be leaked. But there is the next slide. How many people actually left the bank after this statement? But nobody left the bank. Why? Why you go to another bank and the same can happen? Welcome. Sure. Question of the mic.
Прекрасно. Да. Да как это?
Great.
Право на забвение в действии. Да. Именно так. То есть вот
Exactly.
все-таки рыночные я верю в
So
капитализм.
I believe in capitalism. Capitalism does miracles when it's the true one, when it's about lemons. Not the lemons that degrade the market, but the lemons that make the market better.
Да, ну мне на да. Слушайте, ну
I see this stop word. In case if organizers push us from the stage, we cannot do anything about this, but I'm here available. Please approach and talk to me. I'm here at the sidelines. We have 5 more minutes or seconds? Minutes or seconds?
в каком смысле? Ты сейчас говоришь как официант. Мы хотим, можно еще повторить.
You're talking like a waiter.
Повторять будете? Да. Друзья мои,
Would you like to replenish? I would like to, yes, sure.
Добрый день, Илюх.
Good afternoon. Could you clarify why do you believe that responsibility for information credibility is with information security, but not with process owners or document owners, those who are the source or the author of this document? Why is information security responsible for trustworthiness of the documents? 1946, a long telegram of Ken. It's available in public. It was Ken for a long time was ambassador of the U.S. in Russia. He is in elite among 100 names in diplomacy, and he understood the mentality in Russia very well. He prevented the clash between the West and the East. Then there was a speech by Churchill, and in that telegram he explained
Советским Союзом.
why such certain actions should not be done to the Soviet Union. He said, you will never learn
Заносят ту или иную информацию.
why leaders have this or that information, who brings this information to them. The model that you have described, the CEO will receive information in a corporate format, and he will only receive the information that he wants to see, based on his KPIs, based on budget numbers, based on bonuses or something else. I'm sure if you have been in corporate environment, you know that. Who checks the trustworthiness of the data, whether they can be trusted? Is it information owner?
Аудитор проверяет.
Auditor just checks the boxes. That's it. However, audit practice is very much lagging behind now. You can see it by judging by the quality of IT projects. 50% are failing. They're recognized failing for 3 reasons. The signs of a successful project is timeline, budget, and functionality and features available. In case if 2 of them are not available, then it's a failure. We don't have those auditors who would really be auditing seriously the project. So we had a round table some time ago about this, and I heard a point of view. It sounded very convincing. Information owner is not always objective about information. He's trying to paint a picture of the world in his way, the way he sees life. But you need someone independent, the one who checks trustworthiness, who does fake checks or fact check. I don't want to say it from stage, but I can give you real-life examples later off the mic. There was someone else willing to ask a question. I'm sorry, I will be available to you over here. I'm not in hiding yet. Thank you all. I'm not at large.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Рад приветствовать сегодня всех и видеть столько заинтересованных лиц в информационной безопасности, особенно не в простом контексте молодой компании, где
Young company that has no resources, that is growing well, and there is no one to deal with the information security. That's my story. I started my career as a civil servant, and I worked for the company with more than 1,000 employees, and also I had an experience of working in a small startup with several IT guys, and instead of any regulations, there was just a TXT file, how not to collapse anything, and I believe that a DLP can solve all your problems, but it turned out that the system doesn't work without a strategy. And you come to a new company, and what you see here? I usually call that a dark forest. You see such a picture, there are no regulations, the passwords have been shared in the common chats, and for instance, you trust everyone because this is an old-timer, VPN. You heard about that, but probably this is just because for watching YouTube. But why do we need VPN for the corporate network? Mail, usually there would be one mailbox for the whole company that would process all the files, starting from accounting to marketing, and probably it doesn't stand for security, and phishing associates with fish and fishing rods. What it results in? Loss of data, loss of trust, and not because the information is valuable. And sometimes trust is more valuable than money. You lost the client's database, you lost the business. Penalties, Roskomnadzor, Bank of Russia, STEC, and the tax authorities. They don't care why you don't have regulation. So if you don't have regulation, you will be penalized. Business risks. The suspension of the processes, idle hours, reputational damage. A regular cyber threat may totally grind your activity to a halt, to an audit may somehow disrupt a contract. And the main mistake made by such organizations that about building information security at the moment when the incident has already occurred. For instance, the data has been leaked, and please introduce a firewall or provide us with a protection. It doesn't work like that. This is not a magic button that you push and a person comes and fixes all the problems that you have made before. Let's consider the typical mistakes that you make when you once come to a company. Your eyes are bright and you think about streamlining the risk model, and you would somehow distribute the access rights, and you would follow the state standards, ISO, etc. But it's not like that. The standards are good, but once you have a database, once you have technical opportunities, and only once you have necessary personnel, only then you can take advantage of the conditions that are described in those standards. The basic processes, that's the backbone, you cannot. You have to take stock, you have to know your archives, you have to know what domains you have, what servers have been installed, what channels are open, what are closed. You have to start with practice. Look at your architecture. The second mistake. When, for instance, you come to work, the boss would say, let us buy XDR vulnerability scanner, so that's $1 million rubles, and buy that. But your infrastructure is not prepared for that. You don't have necessary people to maintain that. And people would store passwords under the keyboard, written on a sheet of paper. Therefore, such solutions make no sense. They're good, but only once they could be maintained, once your infrastructure is prepared for that. Low engagement of the users, it brings zero utility. The third problem, when security tries to limit everything, it doesn't work like that. Once you introduce stringent policies, strict rules, when you forbid thumb drives, when you are filtering the traffic to the extent that even the client's letters do not make their way to you, the business tries to bypass the cybersecurity system. So they store everything on their own Google disks, so they are proceeding to Telegram, and cybersecurity remains aside. We should not be the sword of Damocles, but we're a service that provides necessary conditions for the business work. We have to be part, just like the safety belt in a car. You fasten the seat belt, and it doesn't prevent you from steering the wheel.
третье, это, наверное, тоже основная
Next thing,
политика, когда
one of the main
пришли,
policies when we arrived and we made a lengthy policy, but who actually is going to read those 40 pages long documents? No one. The very first documents later on could be complemented, could be added. Just make 2 or 3 pages long document where people have to turn to in case of an incident, what they're allowed to do or not allowed to do. A user is not supposed to be a lawyer. They have to see a clear picture. They have to read everything from a paper in paper. This is a guideline, how the people should act in case of an incident or other events.
Мы разобрали банальные ошибки.
So we have analyzed the simple mistakes that are put into the first step. So let us prioritize
Построение информационной безопасности.
information security when we only are at the beginning, in the infancy.
Когда вы пришли в
First thing, when you have just hired by the company,
основных 3 вопроса.
you can ask 3 main questions. What you are protecting. Don't try to do everything at once. Don't try to protect the whole office and say that we will defend everything. Identify critical things, critical infrastructure, CRM, accounting,
Необходимо.
what is absolutely necessary. Then you should identify where it is all stored, because from time to time people would say that we have one C, but we do not know on what service, or for instance, it would be actually stored by the system administrator. This is not right. It has to be regulated. You have to know where it all stored, and then you have to identify the priorities. For instance, what would happen if you lose those files, if the system administrator is sacked. So this is like in healthcare. First of all, you have to treat what is aching, and only afterwards you can cut the nails.
Доступ и хранение – это второй
So access and storage, this is the second step. You have to determine
На предыдущем слайде мы обсудили.
what your critical data is about. You have to understand who has access to them, how the access has been granted, for how long it's been granted, who is granting the access, and who is denying the access. As a result, you will have a systematized system
Поможет вам
that would help you
в дальнейшем
later on
ошибки, когда
not to make mistakes
какой-то файл пропал.
when certain file got disappeared and you do not know who worked with it, because you would know who had access to that, and then eventually you will be able to see the logs of those people if syslot is not there.
Быстрые победы и как показать свою
Quick wins and how to show your efficiency for the top brass. Probably that's the most important thing. A multi-factor identification.
У нас на дворе 2025.
We're living in the year 2025,
До сих пор не используют
but people in the company still are not using at least two-factor identification in order to enter the critical infrastructure. The backup has to be introduced. Out of my experience, I once consulted one company
настройки системы,
which was setting the
репозиторий свою в прод.
system, and they released their repository and accidentally removed the database of their clients. They had a backup,
Его никто не проверял.
but no one checked that, and that file was corrupted. As a result, they lost all their clients' base.
И самое обидное, что
And regretfully, it could have been avoided
одной проверкой или настройкой
just with one check, where once the identification is done through Telegram, that the backup is done successfully.
они не должны быть у всех. Их
Not
только тем, кто
everyone
умеет им пользоваться.
has to have administrators' rights, only those who can do that. As my colleague and my friend said,
Администратор может
one administrator may
систему,
crush the whole system, and two administrators can destroy the whole planet.
включите VPN, хотя бы для работы.
Turn on VPN at least to work from outside. People do not know why they need VPN once they have RTP, but RTP that provides an access from outside in is not very safe and secure.
Базовая документация.
Basic documentation. Make a
Которая не
policy
будет пылиться на полке.
that will not be put on the shelf. The people have to understand what is required for them.
Две страницы. Вначале вы можете
It is no more than
дополнять
2 pages long document. You can add something later on, but make at least the
регламент
backbone.
по доступу. Все люди должны
The
понимать,
access
как получить
regulation
доступ,
means that
куда
every
обращаться.
person has to know how to get access, where to turn to,
Этот доступ, чтобы
and
ликвидировать
they
возможность
actually
поражения
have
вашей
to
инфраструктуры.
prove that they need that
Регламент по
access.
инцидентам. Все люди
Incident
должны понимать,
regulation. All the people have to know what should be done in case of a phishing attack or viral
заражение, куда обращаться,
infection,
и что с этим делать.
where to go and what to do with that.
Ну, это, наверное, бич всех
And probably this is the curse of all CISO. You have to talk to the business using the same language. You don't have to say that the court 448 is sticking outside. You just can tell that you will lose the client's base and you would lose your business. Two-factor authentication, that's a good thing. And multi-factor authentication is also quite good. But once the company doesn't have it, you can explain to the business that any may get access to the personal account of Director General. Matrix, that's a great thing for justification. People love figures. Make flowcharts. Describe the number of incidents before and after.
Скорость реагирования. Покажите,
Time of reaction. Show how fast the incident would be processed and reacted to. Number of people with multi-factor authentication that would prevent phishing, 80% cases.
выигрыши, не запреты. Покажите.
So don't use bans, but rather use advantages. Show how advantageous in information security is. If you make backups and if you check them, show how fast the system would recover once this or that software fails.
Вы внедрили многофакторную идентификацию.
If you have introduced a multi-factor identification, there will be less mistakes. If you distributed the access, there will be no questions who erased this or that file.
Информационная безопасность, искать
And the people would not be looking for the scapegoats.
что-то предлагаете.
Security is not equal inconvenience if it restricts the business. Offer an alternative.
Закрывать полностью какие-то доступы.
Don't close access to anyone. It has to be convenient for the people.
Давайте посмотрим на минимальный
Let's have a look at the minimum viable product
требуется для
that is required for automation and the work from the very beginning.
пароли, многофакторная аутентификация.
Passwords and multi-factor authentication would secure you 80% against all the phishing attacks. VPN is better than RDP on the internet. Backupping. You have to check whether it was backed. You have to take stock of your administrator. See if you have not removed a PAM system. You have to have an Excel table to see what administrator has access to what system. Taking stock of the assets. If you do not know what you're protecting nothing.
Что внедрять вместо крутых решений?
What could be
Ну, как я и сказал,
deployed instead of some fashionable systems? You have to take stock of the logins so that you could see what is going on in the company. Antiviral with a centralized control. 2025. It's high time to understand that antiviral, that's a must, not good to have. And you have to centralize that and to run that from one point. Backupping. VPN with logs. You have to know who is getting access when the connection is done. You have to have a table to confirm that. If you don't have the VD policy,
на Linux, то
or
хотя бы
if you don't have a Linux-based system, well, at least you have to have an Excel
VPN, кто имеет
table who was granted VPN and who was granted access. Check the updates.
атак происходит
Multiple
за счет того,
attacks
что не
may
обновлено
happen
ПО.
just because the software was not updated. Every day we discover new vulnerabilities, and the more frequently you update your operating system and
Какие-то старые
other elements, the less chances are that the old vulnerabilities would undermine the infrastructure.
Есть множество решений на
Low-cost WAF, there are lots of open-source solutions. Install at least that. It would be better than nothing.
и ведите учет инцидентов.
And take stock of the incidents. Again, if you don't have a specialized system, you have to have at least an Excel table or make that in block note.
Это для желающих повторить автоматизацию.
This is for those who actually wants to
скан портов.
automate everything. You have to scan ports by schedule that would notify you about some channels that opened or ports that failed, notifying you through Telegram. Checking domain certificates. You will always know when SCL certificate is no longer valid. Monitoring the entries to the administrators' accounts. Usually the administrators would have their own account, and you have to control that. Backupping. Script, log, and notification, as I said. You get that on your phone, whether it was successful or not. You have to keep track of the critical files. If you have some important documents, these solutions are open source, and they would help you to address some of your tasks. And as been said here, the main idea is that most importantly, you have to get alerts, not just collect logs. If you just store logs, you are not collecting them. They're just being stored there. Most importantly is how you react to the changes in your infrastructure. Let me tell you more about my experience in different companies. First 6 months, we introduced the access rule. Many were dissatisfied because the accountant could come to the marketing, would process some information, then the designers would come to different folders and could delete certain documents of our contractors. And initially the accountant was dissatisfied that he was restricted in terms of acceding to marketing. And once we introduced those rules, so there were no more questions who deleted this or that file. Then a compartmentalization of the storage. So there was some confidential data, and the people actually would grant access to certain data to other people. So this is the minimum set of regulations, but at least this is something we launched, basic automation. Says here, Telegram now says hello once the backup is successful, when we have a new alert. MVP documentation. This is not 180 pages long policy of information security. These are those 2 pages that the people are using, not just this is something that is stored on the market, on the shelf. You have to train key users. We just gathered a small team within our office. We bought pizza, and we started explaining to the people what they can do and what they are not supposed to do, what phishing is about, and we would explain very mundane things, and the people are much more engaged once it is done informally. When they are put at the desk and you say, put your signature, confirming that you are familiar with that. The people would forget about that within 2 days. And informally, the people would get more questions, and they would wonder how to make sure that their home computers are good, etc. What it all started with? We just took a sheet of paper, and along with IT director, were sitting and making rectangles and circles defining the infrastructure. Then we prioritized the routes and the servers and what may undermine the work of our infrastructure. Everything would be put on one page. This is one-page format. If you cannot put the information that you want to render to your interlocutor on one page, it means that you do not understand what you want. If it takes volumes, then this is now good. We made a very simple map of assets on drive.io. And this is when the system administrators said that finally they see the whole infrastructure, because we discovered different sites that even the marketing department didn't know that it would exist. And probably that's the most important thing. The employees are your allies.
не ваше руководство помогает вам преодолевать ваши...
It is not your management who helps you to overcome some problems, although it may be the case. In most cases, these would be the people who suffer from leakage of data and other violations. So these are the HR staff or your subordinates who would be criticized for that, and they would come to you for assistance. System administrator has become my main ambassador when he realized that I'm not a punitive sort, that I helped him to solve problems.
Сисадмины бегают в отдел.
And since recently, these system administrators are approaching our department, not the management, to help address certain things. So we can help our colleagues, although this is not a responsibility, especially when we speak about the small business, when the people assume more responsibility than the job description says.
Случаи с юристами.
In case of lawyers, I think that, again, these are one of the most important people,
Информационная безопасность.
because information security embraces everything, including the methodological work.
Наверное, не все, наверное,
And
учились на юридических.
Not everyone
И
studied at legal departments, and law faculties and lawyers are the people who would help you to execute a document. Always happened for me.
рассылку, которая
One of them
противоречила,
prevented the mail out that
и
contradicted our federal law.
его в почетные защитники компании.
And he is among the honorary defenders of the companies. And
Это люди, которые
business customers are the people who are interested in having everything safe and secure. When you show to them your work, in that case, we have shown it to them.
Сделали ему вывод, где
We came up with a conclusion when a business customer himself said it would be critical if the competitors find this out, and he extended money.
это то, что ждешь от
And this is what you expect from your allies, that they would sponsor you as well.
обучения и вовлеченность.
Training and engagement in information security has to be humane and clear for everyone. It should not be a punitive sort. We started from pain. When a phishing attack
Предотвратили
hurt one of our employees, we prevented that, and therefore we saved the company from critical case.
в дальнейшем мы вели небольшие видеоролики,
Then we
по 3 минуты.
actually introduced short 3 minutes long videos where we'll be saying what phishing is about, how to get protected, that don't have to use thumb drives or scan QR codes so that you do not know, etc. Also,
Различные стикеры на экран.
we were using different stickers next to windows where the people, without reading,
Запустили фишинг-неделю.
that would not push extra buttons.
Послали людям фишинг, как это обычно
And
происходит.
we launched the Phishing Week campaign, and the people who responded to that, to the system, and who did not click the phishing link were informed the information security in compliance with the policy would get a bonus such as a chocolate bar, for instance. But the people who clicked the phishing links and made the first, hope the last mistake,
Мы просто пожурили, сказали,
they were just
но мы не
reprimanded for that, but we
не заставляли их
did not punish them for that. We did not make them describe why they did so, or explain why they did so, because if you punish people, they will stop turning to you, they will stop sharing their problems with you, and these are the people who have to be in the same boat with you.
Собственно, как и сделал с нами HR, он
This is what HR did to us. He helped us to make 101 course for the novices. 10 minutes without any extra details, with real cases that it is very clear for the people.
геймификация защиты.
Gamification of protection.
Легче воспринимают
People
информацию, когда
better perceive the information once they play games. I do think that this is since our childhood, different quizzes and ratings. You can make a table where the people
какой-то
who
фишинг,
experience some phishing with a positive result
какие-то бонусы.
would get some bonuses.
В ходе этой
And sometimes in the course of that table,
людям попадались какие-то шоколадки,
people would
какие-то лишние
get some
кофе,
chocolate bars or some extra cup of coffee at the expense of the company.
что они молодцы в общем чате.
Or sometimes just we would say in the common chat that they're great. And sometimes we would make information security quest end of the quarter. We would be looking for the stolen server, and along with the HR, we made it clear for the ordinary people, the people who would be engaged in the information security, eager to help us and try to help us. Or eventually, sometimes I would come to other departments and units of the company, just with no purpose sometimes. So we call that networking, but people say thank you just because they notice your work. They try to share your pain. I think this is normal. This is good. The users are just like the first year of your protection. SOC or SOC, but at a minimum scale. Once a person identified the phishing, this is thanks to him that we prevented a massive attack against our whole infrastructure. You can find more details there, so you can read that offline, the conference. So to report, that's normal. We introduced a simple button to complain about the letter. So the people no longer have to complain that they got a phishing letter, please fix it. They could just push that button and the phishing letter would be immediately sent to our department. And within a week's time, we got about 14 such complaints, and 3 of them were of real threat. And we put that onto the blacklist in order to prevent any attacks from there. Feedback, this is our fuel. In my practice, I try to say thank you to the people for turning to me for sharing the information, even if that information turned out to be useless. This is much better than just ignoring that. If you ignore people, in future you would not get any information from them. Training plus trust equals mini SOC. When the people trust you, they can learn about certain mistakes even before you learn about that, and you can react preemptively and fix it. Scaling up. When you can scale that, and what you should do at that moment. You get task by task, and you're running out of people, and there are more than 150 people working for you. New structures, new units emerged, the structure extended, and the business. We have this and that, and let us, for instance, introduce CM, or someone said that DLP is good. This is when you have to scale it up. To think about making a team, to delegate your power and who to delegate that authority. This is when you have to build the processes accordingly. CM, DLP, etc. When you have to deploy that. Once you have built a minimum viable product, you have to collect the logs, and when the reaction processes are there, and you have people who are going to monitor that and react to those systems, then most likely this is high time for you to introduce certain systems. This is not a magic wand. If, as been said on the first slide, this is a mistake if you just buy a solution and there is no one to service that, if the infrastructure is not prepared for that. But when you have that all, when you have built a minimum viable product, it's high time to introduce solutions that would help you to scale up, to embrace the whole infrastructure as a result of your growth. Expanding the team, as I said, the first signs of that is that you are lagging behind. You don't have time for that. There are areas where you do not have expertise. We are not Mr. Knows All. There are people who probably are more knowledgeable about certain things, and you have necessary budget for that. Money to spend on those people. Then you have to scale that up and extend the team. First, you would need the information security engineer, the person who would check your safe open channels. You need an analyst who would be analyzing the logs, who would be checking the statistics, the changes, who would monitor new vulnerabilities and would process them. Compliance policy, external requirements, and sometimes they are called papersec. So the people who are being laughed at, saying that these are not the real security officers, but in essence, these are the people without whom the company would just die. under the strikes from our regulators. And a motivated junior is better than a tired senior. I can share a specific case. We once hired a white hacker, a junior, inexperienced one who just got certified. And there was a senior who acted as a consultant, and the price was the same, actually. But 5 months later, we didn't need the support from the senior. We had a ready-made pen tester, white hacker who could process the data, not at some high salary, but for acceptable money.
Use the time and use the moment. I guess this is the key thing when you're trying to scale rapid growth of the company. At this point, your infrastructure grows, threats of internal leakages and employees with access to confidential information should be verified. They should be checked. When you have some new parts of the organization, you should check them from the start. Non-stable infrastructure. In case if you're building IT infrastructure on old hardware, on legacy hardware, it's a time bomb. It works today, but tomorrow it will stop working. Some legacy points will not work, and most likely all your network will just collapse and crash. Our regulators love changing regulation almost on a monthly basis. Keep it on track, monitor it, and it will be very beneficial. It will pay back if you monitor regulation. And in conclusion, in case if I would like to express the key thoughts. So what are the takeaways? Information security is not a department. It's a service. We should not be a Damocles sword over every employee. We should provide for a safe environment where we can control this environment and they may feel safe and not be alert while doing their job. And we should be understandable, clear, and predictable. Don't try to boil the ocean. Prioritize things. See what's important for you in the here and now. Build it layer by layer. You should eat this elephant piece by piece. Avoid burnout. Don't try to boil the ocean once again, because there are some reasons. And sometimes things do not depend on you, and it leads to a failure, and you start burning out. And in the very conclusion, I would like to extend my gratitude to everyone. I am done with my presentation. That's all that I have. So in case if you have questions, I'm happy to answer. Yes, you. Please go ahead, but please wait for the microphone. Good afternoon, Valery Reprintsov, LIT Kazan. I would like to learn more about your experience in CISIS or in-house maybe. In case if you see that there's a large client, how do you assess their whether it's hopeful, whether it's promising or not? Because sometimes it's a large client. I would like to see your experience in this. Like it would be a small organization, but it's promising it, it's eager to grow. You painted a nice picture when you're nice and people love you, but when there's a lot of pressure in the company, when there is 1,000 people head count in a central city in Russia, but it's in the province, you don't know what's going on there. Do you do an investigation there, or what do you do? Because when you get there, maybe you get faced with a situation. You will stay there forever. You will keep on working forever, but there will be never result, and top management will have no idea what to do. As I said, first of all, analyze what's critical to you. Don't try to catch every single opportunity. Even if it's a large company, there are some critical moments that are important for good operation of this company. Build a table of priorities and do risk analysis. I guess this is the first thing that you can do. Do inventory check and see what's important there, because in case if you just try to defend this company, by all means, if I get it right,
В медицине это
if I get your question right. In healthcare, it's personal data primarily. Look at what personal data being processed by personnel. Try to protect them or try to localize them and keep them in one storage. Oh, before you conclude the contract. Okay. So from the start, you do not understand it. You're not sure whether you need it or not. So what is the life hack? How do you know whether you need this client or not? Maybe you look at them and then you see that, no, in case if general manager makes a decision and you get into the situation only later. But if I were to choose back in the day, then I would assess the workload of my personnel, of my team, in case if it's a company where you're not planning to scale, where you're not planning to hire more people, it's a well-established company. So you have a checklist that you have, right? Whether it's promising to cooperate and to provide service to them. Well, yes, but oftentimes you are not to choose whether you do it or not. It's the decision of general manager, and it just gets imposed on you, and you just have to deal with it. And my narrative was about do risk analysis and request the budget in case if you need it. Yes. My name is Ivan. Hello. Thank you for the presentation. I love the case how you saved money on pen tester with the help of external training. And what are you to do next once the junior realizes that he's a great hacker and he wants to leave the company and go somewhere else? When a junior is motivated, well, I'm not going to do anything. I usually let people go because people need to develop, and they will always be searching for a better place, of course. They anyway will look for better salaries, but we will just raise one more person. Okay, so you just get ready in advance. In 6 months, I will need to get a new junior and to train him. Yeah, kind of like that. Hello. Thank you for the presentation. It was very interesting. My question is the following. My first place of employment was a clinic, 2,000 people personnel. I was the only security manager there. The biggest security is that all the management of the organization was resisting any information security process. No matter how I tried to explain it to them, I explained from the standpoint of compliance, from failing to comply with the rules, still they would not, I would not be able to sell it to them. Has it ever happened to you that from the start it was very difficult to explain that information security is actually necessary, and what did you do with it? Well, I can explain in terms of my experience, and what I'm going to say is not silver bullet. I have had cases when I failed to deal with leadership efficiently, and in my view, consequences would have been critical, but leadership had another point of view that had other levers to solve these matters. So you should just try to understand. You should be a part of the team. In case if the team can solve this matter differently, then do not resist, let them do it. In my case, it was with a railway company. This company would do railway transportation. CEO of the company, I was in the managing company and he was in a subsidiary, so general manager of the company was completely resisting introducing a security system using keys. He could resolve it on his federal level. He could just come to terms with someone, with people, with some big fish, and nothing would happen. In case if he can't sort it out this way, then in your risk assessment he drops from 9 to 3, then handle another risk. Yeah, that's clear. Aside from that, one of my colleagues said, first, talk to your leadership. In case if your leadership doesn't help you, then approach those who are interested in this. If those who are interested cannot help you solve the issue, then just leave the company. You're not in compliance with your role. Yeah, I have the same opinion. Thank you. May I?
Здравствуйте.
Hello.
У меня вот такой вопрос.
My question is the following.
Подходить к безопасности?
How should I approach information security if I'm the only person in the company who knows how to work with personal computer?
Ну, менять должность, да?
Change the job, right?
Если вы как
Leave this company. No. In case if they have you in the company and they consider you as information security person, then I guess they're interested in this. No, they don't consider me information security personnel. No. I authored the whole infrastructure. I created the infrastructure the way I could. I did it the way I could. And system administrator, right? And in the future, they will curse me because how I did it.
Ну, то есть я смотрю на все это, я понимаю,
So I'm looking at this situation and
как мне к этому вообще подступиться?
I just don't know how to approach it because it's too rocket science for me. I believe you just need to talk to people, maybe a couple of gifts, just come closer to people, build contact with these people. In case if they feel your pain, then they will start paying attention to information security in their vision. I had a long conflict with one lawyer whom I mentioned, and I guess to some degree this conflict is still in progress, but as a lawyer, he's an amazing person.
Он тоже не понимал мою боль.
He also couldn't feel my pain. He couldn't understand why I wanted it this way, not the other way. And in the end, after every document, we would sit together and discuss and talk, and then we would find some common ground. Maybe words and negotiations and a conversation will just solve it. Maybe you should try to talk to people and try to explain. But using business language, of course. Don't say that port 445 is sticking outside.
Но, опять же, определите момент риска.
Just see what is critical to them, what is their pain, what is risk for them, what's critical for them. Try to speak their language. According to, maybe it's important for them not to lose 500 million. Maybe it's important. Just explain that here are the risks, here is this risk and that risk. We can do this. It will cost us this. Much less than 500 million penalty. I'm exaggerating. 500 million is for this second violation. Okay, I see. Thank you very much. You gave me great ideas. Thank you very much. I was happy to help.
Есть еще вопросы какие-то?
More questions?
Да, вот мужчина.
Yes, please go ahead. Hello. My question will be simple. Where is the line between a good information security officer and bad information security officer? When relationship between information security officer and regular user are not loyal, when you prohibit everything, when you don't let him do the things that he used to do, where is the line between that? Well, the line is, if we talk about a specific user in your environment, you should first determine the things that you prohibit him from doing, are they really necessary to him? Maybe his manager tells him, do this job, and he does it as part of his role, and you're blocking this from him, then it's the wrong thing to do. Then your regulations are not built the right way, and the person just doesn't understand why he cannot do this. You should make sure that his work is safe. Don't limit his opportunities, just make it safe for him. As long as people understand why this and that thing is prohibited, he will be willing to do that. In case if he doesn't understand why these things are blocked, then there are conflicts. Thank you. Welcome.
Вопросы?
More questions?
Видимо, все.
I guess we have run out of questions.
Всем привет, дамы и господа, друзья. У нас подходит к концу третий день.
Friends, we are about to
Круто, что все
complete the third day, and that's great that you managed to come to us to listen to us, because on the agenda we have a very important topic and a goal and a task to
такое кибериспытание.
find out what
Как это связано
cyber challenge is about, how it is related to pin test, to bug bounty, and does it have anything to do with the ethical
как это работает,
hackers, how it works, and
вообще с этим жить.
how can we live along with
Я
that.
в роли модератора Панин.
I will act as a moderator. My name is Panyan Roman, and I think that we will first of all introduce our speakers who are going to participate in the discussion one by one. Anton Bachkaryov, CEO of Third Site, and by the way, he is one of the developers of Cyber Challenge methodology. Ruslan Suleimanov, and raise your hand so that everyone could identify you. Information security expert, member of the expert council of GSC Cyber Testing. Yegor Bogomolov, raise your hand. Managing director of Cyber Ad and CEO of Singleton Security. Anatoly Ivanov, head of standoff bug bounty positive technologies. Adis Alimov, lead attack simulation expert Angara Security, and Oleg Nechayev from Pridex, IT director. So we have gathered them not by accident, because it consists of the people who have something to do with the cyber tests, so that you could get the first-hand information. And we invited the people who already participated as customers in those cyber challenges, who could feel really what it is, whether it is useful or not, and now probably they would be able to share with you whether it is worth it and the time and the effort spent on that, or you can do without that being used to bug bounty, pin tests, and other things. And my first question is, tell me what cyber testing or cyber challenge is about. Cyber challenge, this is in essence a product that proceeded from the cyber testing product that helps business to assess how well protected they are, and it should be close to the reality and has to be clear for the business. It is measured in money, how much it costs to hack your company. Whether this effort and this money be enough in order to hack a company. Can we hack a company if it is done by a school student? If we pay the amount enough to buy breakfast? And what should be done to actually to be hacked by a specialist who was paid 1 million ruble, or you will not be able to, you will not be hacked by a group of people, real specialists, who were paid about 15 million rubles. You can hack any company, but how much it costs to hack your company? Only Cyber Challenge may help with that. If business realizes that it was not hacked for a certain amount of money, for instance 10 million rubles, then it's okay, because none of the potential competitors or cyber criminals are going to spend so much money. Cyber test or cyber challenge says, we have checked your vulnerability, your protection, and so it could be hacked for this amount of money. And if you could be hacked with this amount of money, we'll tell you how and why it was done. And if not, that's it. So this is a very broad and publicly open story. So any researchers, any ethical hackers can hack you, and if they succeeded, they would be awarded with the amount that business is ready to spend on that. When we developed the methodology for Cyber Challenge, and we started quite long ago with the guys, and we collected a big team for that, we proceeded from the main concept. White like black. So it means that white hackers are acting as criminals, so they have to act close to how the real ill-minded, malafide people are working. We try to be as close to the reality as possible, but certainly complying with the criminal code of the Russian Federation. But at the same time, we give to the researchers very broad opportunities for the activity, and we tried to simplify their work in terms of the formalities, so that they do not have to care about the documentation and the technical things, and to protect the customer and the hacker from the modified actions of each other. So cyber challenge, this is the test of the vulnerability tested by everyone, by all the stakeholders available in Russia, and that gives to the white hackers more motivation than the black hackers have. Well, that's good. As a person who has something to do with cyber challenge and who developed the methodology, sounds great and even quite clear. What about the business? How it feels like being hacked? How did you interact with the people involved in the cyber challenge? How the cyber challenge was going on? Let me tell you what it was about. From the business perspective, the main difference of the cyber challenge is that it's much easier to explain to the CEO what cyber challenge is about, because you are using the concept of unacceptable events when you come to the CEO and you say that we want to check whether we can steal money from your company's account, and this is much more understandable for the CEO. Second story, for instance, speaking about the cyber challenge. We underwent cyber challenge, and I think, at least our experience, is the story about it was not a spontaneous thing, so it required a lot of preparation. It took about 9 months for preparation, so we changed the processes, we changed the systems, we organized the teams who were involved in the preparation for the cyber challenge, and most importantly, the main takeaway, this is about the change in the people's mindset, because the hardware, the processes, these are the things that are quite obvious, but still people remain the most important thing. The change in the people's mindset is something that we need not only in the IT or information security. That's a comprehensive check of the whole company, whether it is durable, whether it is sustainable. We check all the processes, starting from how water is being delivered to your company, ending with the hiring people and dismissing people. There was a case when, during the cyber challenge, one of the researchers tried to find a job with us. And this way, he tried to identify, to find out how the mail server works. That's about merging all the departments into one unity. That's about streamlining the work of all the departments, IT department and others. And that's about cross-functional things that, for instance, public relations. How, for instance, the company has to react to the very fact when the company was hacked or something happened within the company. There has to be some templates. There has to be understanding who may speak on behalf of the company publicly about what has happened to the company. Does it make sense to keep silent? Or it makes sense to tell the whole story without hiding anything? Should we celebrate anything? How that story should be conveyed, that the company was hacked and a tolerable event occurred. My main message is that the cyber challenge, this is a comprehensive thing. This is not just a check of one system, as usually happens at Bug Bounty. This is not just using one scale and one template to check something. Well, 1 week-long pin test. This is a comprehensive crash test that allows to change the processes within the company and change the people. Okay, got it. We have one more representative of business community, Oleg. Let me tell you about our experience. And my company is a construction one. Well, in essence, that's about the finishing of commercial and housing dwellings, but at the same time, probably we are one of the few non-banking companies that was accredited according to Federal Law 572, and now we can install the commercial biometric system. And within our projects, we offer to our customers the Face ID SCUT system. And in essence, this was one of the flags that we claimed during those cyber challenges. Ruslan said that they got prepared specially for that, and we did not get prepared for that. Especially, we have a big team, and
что как бы у нас by design мы стараемся делать сразу как бы хорошо.
We try to do good from the very beginning. We try to anticipate all kinds of control, introducing the system of monitoring,
за которыми мы хотим следить.
Monitoring the events that may happen, and therefore there were quite few people in the company who knew about the cyber challenge. Even the shareholders did not know about that. We didn't advertise that because really we wanted to check the reaction and the viability of our team
На действие какого-то атакующего
amid certain intrusion,
можем ли мы правильно
to understand whether
базовый сценарий,
we can follow the basic scenarios that are enshrined in our documents and that we tested during certain drills, and this is what happened. So our experience is quite positive because what we designed,
какие-то из наших маркеров сработали.
some of our markers really worked, and we noticed some suspicious activity, and the company got mobilized. We immediately collected a kind of a crisis center. Certain communications were made within the company, and we notified the owners of the processes, the owners of the company. The guys also acted accordingly, and what we noticed, we realized what the hacker used, and we immediately took certain decisions, and the changes were introduced just in a blink of an eye. I think that this was our main goal. We were confident about ourselves, and we wanted to check that, but at the same time, we were prepared to react promptly and introduce right changes. And certainly, we did not label the hacker as a gray one or black one or white one. We approached that event that happened very seriously. That was the very essence of the cyber challenge. Just to react like in real life, and the team reacted to that. So it acted in every seriousness as if that's a real attack. And really they believed that it was a real attack, therefore they acted like that. So that was our experience, and probably cyber challenges inspired us, because within PhD I listened to on-stage presentations about that, and for instance, the main difference between cyber challenge and bug bounty and pintest that this is a managed activity of the intruders where the business may focus.
Команду, которая работает в кибериспытаниях на наиболее критичные.
May ask the team, the attackers, to try to undermine certain most critical things in order to identify some loopholes, some gaps, where actually we have to improve the whole situation. Out of what I understood, the key difference between cyber challenge and bug bounty is not that we're looking for bugs. Ethical hackers or white hackers, they're not looking for some standalone bugs that may result in something or may not result in something because, for instance, it may be repelled by some protection system. But here we are operating with the events, intolerable events. And for instance, your team reacted and you have collected the necessary team and you fixed all the problems and you pulled your efforts. What about the researchers? What about those intolerable events hunters, so-called ethical hunters? Are they interested in looking not for some standalone bugs that they can do automatically, for instance, but rather they have to attack the whole chain in order to bring that to intolerable event? I may ask that question. First of all, I believe that bug bounty with single bugs and whole events with the cyber challenge. That's the result. That's the result of the methodology that you're using. The methodology is different. During the cyber challenge, your idea is to, in simple terms, I love simple terms. So we have to understand whether it can be hacked, yes or no. So, as if for me, cyber challenge answers that question. Therefore, the hackers are looking for some chains to show some push impact. What Oleg has said, I think that's a very cool topic because there is a feeling that in many companies, the processes, they approach the processes like, don't touch it while it works. And unless something awful happens, the people would not bother and would stay in the comfort zone, feeling being safe and secure. Cyber challenge gives you this opportunity, removes you from the comfort zone, and gives a push to your employees, to the company, especially when the employees did not know about the challenge. Bug bounty is something different. It aims at purging you from any vulnerabilities. This is not just about scanners. Not so much this is about scanners, but this is about the manual work. And really, the researchers are looking for bugs and try to identify them. So you can imagine that whole chain using which the criminal may get access to a company, and you cut off the vulnerabilities from the entry point, from web applications, for instance. Frankly speaking, that certainly was very inspiring in terms of bug bounty, because it helped me to have a fresh look at those vulnerabilities. And now, doing bug bounty, people are assessing the impact in a new way. But nevertheless, the company has to get prepared. And first, you have to get prepared, just starting bug bounty, removing those vulnerabilities along the perimeter of the company so that you are not just being hacked by the people who just started dealing with the vulnerabilities, who used the scanner and they checked the whole chain and identified some bugs. And you will have to pay a lot of money for that. Another thing, guys loved it very much. Once the terms of reference was formulated very well. So, do we need some clear tasks? My answer is yes, because once you say, guys, for instance, you have this and this data on the client, and they are stored in that base, in that host. Frankly speaking, it debilitates the search process, because at the end of the day, you will be looking for just some specific host, not just the process, but it removes so much questions that would arise, because guys would say, I just found something, for instance. Some personal data. And once you are penalized for the leak of the personal data, you would not say, guys, this is not what I mean. So you will have to pay for that leakage of the personal data. But still, there have to be some clear-cut standards and requirements. Another point, which I like very much, but sometimes may cause some disputes, that about the scope. That's another quite ambiguous question. On the one hand, for instance, I have a company. I have a standoff bug bounty platform that I'm dealing with, and certainly I don't want the customers' reports to be leaked somewhere. And I say, guys, we have a bug bounty website, so I look for vulnerabilities there. And what if on some neighboring domain or endpoint, and God forbids, they find in Google Docs or anywhere else some private data? For me as the end user, it would be interesting, but still, there might be some companies that would say, I have one website, and you check it, and there will be just one landing which is working or probably will not work. So before you start bug bounty, you have to talk to the hackers. And I have a big request. Your terms of reference have to be clear-cut, and the scope has to be clear-cut. You can start with some specific things, and that scope could be extended. And you may ask actually whether we can go there, and you say yes, you can, and that would be legitimate for other hackers to go to the neighboring domains. And there were some good programs that collected very positive feedback as how the company communicated to the bug bounty team, how fast it would be fixed, and how the compensation will be paid. But also the company needs some preparation for that. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you so much for passing a mic over to me. You said that first you can identify the scope using bug bounty to cyber challenge, and after that you can let the white hackers to cyber challenge. But cyber challenge really is good. This is like a litmus test to answer the question yes or no, can it be hacked or not hacked? And probably the key client and the key requirement in terms of the cyber challenge is to understand whether the company would crash or would not crash. In that case, the client would value that understanding, but he or she would need a pure experiment, because once you have purged that with bug bounty, this is temporary, because we understand that bug bounty is a very complicated process of drawing attention of hackers to the company. And once this is a new company, no one have identified any bugs, and this becomes very attractive for the hackers, and the company looks sterile, but in years' time, actually, the new bugs would emerge, and still it could be hacked, and it means that probably you'd rather give an opportunity to the hackers to start the cyber challenge again, to try to crash the company, to show to the business that probably they did something wrong before that the company may crash, may collapse, and after that they would invest into the information security and would reach the level of bug bounty. This is a mature level when you have to check your own assumptions of your own strategy of cybersecurity, whether it is built very well, are there any signs or symptoms, and only then you will switch on bug bounty in order to identify those bugs, to understand the root causes of those diseases. Is it true? Well, it depends on your targets. So if your target is to see whether it makes sense to do something, where actually what you did, is it good or not, then this is totally a very good idea. But judging by my experience of working with the bug bounty customers, who for years are launching pin tests, and they employ top experts in terms of information security, but still, even a regular bug bounty, which is less expensive than a cyber challenge, would reveal so much vulnerabilities that you would just be surprised. What are you driving me to? You will just spend that money. You will just waste that money. You will spend that money very quick, and you will spend this money on quite simple bugs that in 50% cases could be detected by a simple scanner. Well, now, we need a pure scope. You said that serious hunters or pin testers have worked there and purged the company from certain simple bugs. Even very seriously protected companies, bug bounty may detect simple and very stupid bugs, because all the time there will be new functionality, and we all try to compete. The market is heated, and you want to release new features, because now we're going to earn good money. If that bug may collapse the whole business, and speaking about intolerable events and cyber challenge, the crushing of the business, or once the money from the account could be stolen. So do you like that? I think that once you embark on the cyber challenge, you will just spend money all the time. But you can increase the amount of money step by step, starting from 100,000 rubles. Look, cyber challenge could be started with a little bug bounty to understand whether even for little money, whether the company could be hacked. And it would be a good argument for the top brass, and then it would help you to show that this is very good and very cheap check. No one is going to hack a company for 100,000 rubles. Red team for 100,000 rubles doesn't make sense. Well, it would be quite difficult to attract attention, where there would be effect of the first show. As Igor has said, that hackers love something that has emerged for the first time. And Cyber Challenge helps you to check what is not available from a bug bounty. That's about the social media, want the leakages. And I know by my own experience, the leaked data would be used in order to undermine or compromise the company, where the social media would be used. And so it makes sense. This is what is being paid for. I thought about that. I didn't think about that. And really, once you have stolen some data, so you took the data from somewhere, and usually you would be said, okay, get some points, not money, but your rating would be good, so they would say, thank you for your information. This is about the approach to the leaked data. Now, most of the companies really accept the leaked data. Are they paying money for that? Yes, they pay money for that. If it is in the scope, they would pay money for that. There is a number of companies. They would say, okay, here is $25 for the license. Well, actually, not $25, and the license is not so cheap. So it depends on the impact. There are companies that would be paying according to the impact. If you are inside certain administrative rights realm, you would be paid a lot of money. Well, some companies will say this is not within the scope. Here you have you are at $25. Well, it depends on the range, and if the total impact is within that range, you would be paid very well. I would agree with Yegor. For instance, bug bounty, probably that's the story for the IT guys. And management is not ready to buy for that criticality. How well they are protecting the perimeter, etc. Then probably in some companies, Cyber Challenge would work very well. Everyone would be scared.
Фокус, как бы свой там локус внимания обращает на кибербез.
And it would help the top management pay more attention to cybersecurity. And bug bounty would be a logical follow-up, along with pin tests. This is when one professional team works along with the other professional team, and when they're upgrading their skills. But that attention point, Cyber Challenge, is totally undoubtful. It creates a kind of a boom effect, and emotionally for the top management, this is the very right thing to do. So before something awful happens, and social media has been covered by the pin test. So does it mean that once we have pin tests and bug bounty, we don't need Cyber Challenge? Well, in my opinion, I can answer that question. On the one hand, I worked a lot as a hacker, and my tournament team participated in such an endeavor. But on the other hand, I offered a Cyber Challenge for my own company, and I was member of the expert council to see how the product is faring. And being a shareholder and CEO of the company that I subjected to Cyber Challenge, I must say that I know why I need Cyber Challenge. A pin test is something that I don't need, because this is just a boutique company that I have with a trade turnover of about 100 million rubles, and a good pin test would cost about 1 million to 4 million rubles. I'm not ready to spend that amount of money, because why you need a spin test? Not to identify the vulnerabilities, but to see actually what you will do with the cybersecurity. And there is some assumption, and you do pin test in order to check that assumption, and future on you would fix the problems and amend your strategy. So that's a very strategic question. Bug bounty for me, this is a question of my IT developments. So once I have my IT development, there are some program products, and I have to improve the quality of those IT developments, and I cannot let any vulnerabilities. And bug bounty responds to that very question, at least for me, that if my program fails and there are developers who do not do that the right way, the bug bounty is going to detect every single vulnerability. I'm going to pay for that. And I'm spending money on hackers outside, and probably I would hire better developers, and therefore I'm going to somehow make those patchwork.
Of course, these tests are necessary. Well, I have when I have a business and a small amount of systems, then it's important for me to see whether it will crash or not. It doesn't matter whether it's a small bug or a small bug. For me, the key event is data leakage about all hackers that we have and about all our security people. Because I know that there's a risk of some security services that can steal the whole list of my people who get trained. They may recruit them, and there is a list of people who may have ill intentions. I should not allow for that. I'm very lucky that my CTO and my colleague hacker knows how to get defended from this. But it's important to set the tasks the right way. Data leakage about hackers, I don't know how, I don't know where, what kind of bug will help you do that, I don't know. This will answer the question whether or not this will happen. So the hypothesis, even of larger businesses, proved here. Backbound is for mature guys, those who are who care about their IT infrastructure, and they cannot check it with the help of their own instruments. I think here, and I'm care here for all business shareholders as well. At the first stage, when you take the first approach to information security, you should do this crowdsourcing among hackers. And dear hackers, please let me know whether there are a lot of loopholes or not. If so, then I will make some offers to this crowd. First, maybe it's 500,000 rubles. Nobody's interested. All right, then. I guess I'm okay. In case if I raise it to 1 million or 2 million, maybe I will not even invest in security until I lose these 2 million towards hackers. If I lose, then I should do shift left. Not in production, I should check my security, but earlier, I'd rather keep this money. I'd like to reduce the amount for hackers, and I will use this money into my security services, into some services internally. And this is my opinion. You didn't lose it, you invested them. All right, I see. Some cyber exercises in large companies have already been done, and in some form or fashion there are some reports on this point. In our today's world, we have reports about bug bounties. We have seen these reports. We know what they look like and what they consist of. Similarly, we know what reports on pen tests look like, what audit reports look like. But what does the final product look like? The final product that the ethical white hacker gives towards the Commission. For us, for Expert Council, we analyze a lot of reports, and we have drawn a lot of conclusions. And one of the most indicative things is how many incidences happen during the test. And given recent reports, about 60% is this number. It means that cyber exercises are successful, they are efficient. And we should take into account that actually compromise of infrastructure, getting access to internal infrastructure, there were more than 60% of this, because in express cyber exercises, we were using only one vector of potential incidences. We took this into account from advance, and we know that for large companies, there are many more critical risks for large businesses. It means that potentially the number of vectors and the number of potential compromised data will be much more, and we will see during some large cyber exercises. I wanted to mention a few words about tactics and methodology that I get from these reports. It's a quality indicator. This is what Toля, Anton, and more colleagues were talking about. It's about the tactics of hackers. Hackers are favoring the range of factors to compromise infrastructure. They're using the same social engineering. Strange as it may seem, it's still efficient and it will continue to be efficient. And there are a lot of quality reports that say that social engineering is very efficient. It works well, even in case if you defended your perimeter very well, everything is very good with the system, but human factor is there all the time. And those businesses that do not have many vulnerabilities in their perimeter, they were hacked through social engineering. We have cases via Wi-Fi access of customers. There are a few cases related to Wi-Fi, and one of them is the incident happened through guest Wi-Fi of the company, of the client. And one other case is that the one that guys mentioned, when you come to bug bounty, you come with a ready-made scope. You show the scope and say, I'm ready. Dear researchers, dear white hackers, please hack it. I'm waiting for your reports. But during cyber exercises, there would come companies who said, we want to understand what's going on from the outside, externally. Maybe there is some shadow infra. And reports allowed to see that there were resources that clients they came as a surprise for the client, and these unfavorable events did happen. When they come to bug bounty, they have a certain scope. If they could get a proper scope, then they would get some shadow shadow of a subsidiary that actually they don't have, and then maybe they should or maybe they have this subsidiary and they should audit it, and maybe they just forgot about this infrastructure that they should protect as well. The reports that we get are quality researches for business, in a sense that this is a report for information security system who understand all the ins and outs of processes, and they understand how information should be protected, so on and so forth. Because scenarios of exploitation of these vulnerabilities, they're in abundance. They found ways to hack into the company with different ways, through different points, different entry points, so to speak, and these were a chain of events that were completely different from one another. Also wanted to mention that there is no single risk that would lead to some destructive, irreversible results happen. No such risk happened. It means that hackers actually know how to work during cyber exercises. They're good at this. They would request information oftentimes. Can we exploit this vulnerability? Can we exploit that vulnerability? It may lead to something serious, and business may come to maybe shut down as a result of that. Please hand over this information to the client. And oftentimes the client would say that, yes, we understand it. It's very critical. This undesirable event may happen really. In case if it's exploited, then the business really will come to a halt. And sometimes researchers or white hackers, clients would come, we want to check this resource and we're not sure whether it belongs to them or not. So white hackers' maturity is enough for cyber exercises. So would be happy if more and more client companies would come to cyber exercises where we would exploit different technologies, and expert council would make a decision about all advantages and disadvantages about cyber exercises express. I wanted to mention one more thing. Aziz mentioned it. It's to the point of what is the product of cyber exercises for business actually. What does it look like? It's not like we hacked you, but you gather a lot of analytics, you gather dozens of reports, and you see point A and point B. Point A is just the start of hackers' work, and point B when the incident happens. And as a result of this work, you get a lot of an abundance of different paths hackers took And you see that out of all the paths that they tested, the map of their steps, one or two of them will lead to a result, and you get this result as long as you pay for it. When you don't pay for a vulnerability within a large search of adverse events, then very fast they will stop bringing this to you if you don't pay for it. I didn't pay for adverse events. I paid only for these reports. Hackers send reports only in case when they're aimed at one specific spot, one specific feature, and maybe they are unable to get there. Sometimes they just break something down. Sometimes they're reporting that I got access to this system, and you say actually you did not break into it. Try harder next time. But I see what you mean. Indeed, there's a problem, and it was solved at Cybertonics at some stage. They started monitoring intermediate steps, and they started rewarding white hackers for intermediate steps. As part of large cyber exercises, it's taken into account in methodology, and in case if undesirable event didn't happen, but they provided a lot of vulnerabilities, then there will be a part of the amount of not allowing for this undesirable event to happen will also be paid. It will not be a huge amount, but at least white hackers will get rewarded for some types of vulnerabilities. But this is the way it happened in one of your cases, right? It was beyond these intermediate events. They had been described in the program, but in a stage rewarded the researchers of white hackers even for those events that were not described there, simply because the researcher would do an interesting work and they showed an interesting case. I can confirm it. In case if there is no payment for intermediate results, then hackers are poorly motivated to provide intermediate results. Like, I'm not paid for it anyway, so you should motivate them for intermediate results. I mean, it's for large-scale cyber exercises. I forgot to mention at the start that Aziz is one of the developers of the methodology of cyber exercises. We realized it from the start that hackers would not report intermediate steps in case if they're not paid for this. So you really want to pay for intermediate results to hackers. It's a good practice at cyber exercises, and it's highly motivating for hackers. Great. Is this all that you have about reports? For me, actually, everything is clear. Really, truly, everything is clear. Maybe because I'm with information security. Maybe people in the audience have some questions that will help you gain more clarity about what we're talking about today. In case if you have a question to one of the guys on stage, or in case if you have a question about a specific topic, please raise your hand and please wait for the microphone. Let's ask Natasha. Maybe you have questions. Maybe you have questions about bug bounty. Natasha is General Manager of Cyber Exercises. The methodology that guys did, we did it through Cyber Exercises Express. It was important for us to see how the hackers get motivated and how they start working together with companies and how these reports would be generated. We were concerned that maybe the number of hackers would not be enough for the number of companies, but these hackers were enough in the end. I agree with all the statements made, with all the reasons provided, but I still have one question, and I wanted to reflect on it, and I wanted to hear your opinion about it. Let's assume that a cyber exercise will cannibalize bug bounty, because it's not a matter of vulnerabilities, it's a matter of how to abuse them and how to exploit them. Because yesterday we argued with Kaspersky on Luzhniki Arena how to estimate the cost of the data leakage. The data got leaked, so what? How do you estimate estimate the damage, what's the loss. And it seems that the leakage itself, the vulnerability itself that you have, well, you have it and that's it. The question is, what do you do with this vulnerability and what to do with this data? Are they actionable? In our specific case, cyber exercises is an evolutionary method, and I think it will help us do away with bug bounty. Bug bounty will not exist after that. I guess it's a question to you, but I'm confident about my answer. No, bug bounty will stay alive. These are two different things. These are two different values. Cyber exercises are important for top management. For them to understand whether it collapses or not is an important task. And I see that being at a mature stage of my company, I will definitely buy a bug bounty, even if I have done cyber exercises, because bug bounty helps me brush through my scope and explains the strategies of hackers. Losha. At the point when companies are ready to pay dozens of millions or at least millions of rubles for every specific chain of events and steps taken to hack, then maybe it will be realistic. But I doubt that it's in the nearest future, because there are always such businesses out there who are not ready to pay this amount of money. And as I said at the start, the goal setting is different. The idea of bug bounty is to help you become more defended. Those vulnerabilities that are not exploited right now, or it seems to you this way, well, maybe it's 10 to 15% of these vulnerabilities are not exploited. The others have a specific impact. You can get access to admin account and you can take action there. Here you can get access to personal data, and there you can get access to an endpoint, and then you can attack from the endpoint. The purpose is to help the company become more defended and more protected. Cyber exercises would rather help you change processes. For me, for instance, if I have a business, if I have a taxi integrator and integrates all the taxi services, and I want to change attitude of my team to what is happening currently in the global market of hacking and information security, I want my guys to be involved in this, then I will do cyber exercises. And they will tell me it doesn't work here, it doesn't work there, and maybe they will highlight not just one vector of events, but a few vectors, and guys will give their reports sooner or later, so they will give them at the different time points. So it will help companies shrug and come to their senses and realize what's actually happening. When do I need bug bounty? I need it when I want to eradicate all the possible loopholes from the external perimeter. Based on the statistics that I saw when with a friend of mine, with a team, they did a pin test. Once the hackers are already inside the company, then once they make it inside the perimeter, they will definitely hack it. So it's close to 100%, which makes me conclude that internal perimeter, of course, internal perimeter should be protected, but start from protecting from the external perimeter. Protect yourself from simple vulnerabilities that are scanned by the whole world from different countries, and get protected from phishing. However, phishing is quite efficient. It generates a lot of instances. Once you want to eradicate all the vulnerabilities, then you come to bug bounty. But at the point when you want to have your people wake up and have your people wake up and think about cybersecurity, you do cyber exercises. I think it's like whether Android will kill iOS. I don't think so, because there are different markets. Let me add a little bit and reword the question. First of all, about internal network, I support and I used to work in internal network. In case if you could not break into the internal circuit, then maybe you just couldn't find the right pathways. But let me ask this question, whether cyber exercises will kill pin test. I think these are different things, these different levels of maturity. Penetration test will help you check something very specific, for instance, an app. Just check an app in some artificial conditions. I'm also not sure that they will not substitute each other. Penetration test shows strategic areas. Let me explain. You have information security strategy, you have executed it, you have this fortress. How to make sure that your fortress is actually defending you? You can wait for an attack for 10 years and it will never happen. Or you're waiting for a bug bounty and you don't know whether there is enough attention to your company right now in order to check your strategy, actually, to verify it. So you want to carefully put this hypothesis on the table for testing. If we follow the path of cyber exercises, then we need to invest 1 million, 20 or 30 million, because a matter of supply and demand, offer and response. And penetration test is a small fixed price for verifying a little part, like a small isolated part of your infrastructure. But it's a limited amount of time it is necessary for its penetration test, and you're ready to buy the competences of this team. But it's 20 to 80. You pay 20% of the money to get the 80% of the benefit. But when you pay 1, 2, 3, 4 million for penetration test, then I see what system is. The system is quite reliable. Then I could have it tested at bug bounty or at cyber exercises. Then I would purify it and make it really perfect. I would polish it. As to bug bounty, as to cyber exercises, they are far from complying with audit requirements. Every hacker must say that every company must say, I have tested my system. Those who do lending or healthcare organizations, they have healthcare data that are super sensitive. They should report on them, and only penetration tests can help you create this audit report. A bug bounty will not help you with that. No, regulations are actually moving, but it will not happen soon. Penetration tests are still there, and they will remain there, will not substitute other tests. We have about 10 years. We can wait for an attack for 10 years, but attack has already happened, but you haven't noticed it. You just didn't notice it. I hope it was comprehensive. Maybe there are more questions? Hello. Thank you for this interesting discussion. I represent the customer of these services. What I want to know is, how do you, being providers of services, how do you ensure that hackers are really being ethical? How can we be sure, as customers, that hackers will not charge money from the customer for the money and then they do not sell this in dark web? How can we be sure about that? Why are you sure that they're not doing this without cyber exercises? This is how we explain this to business. This is how we justified it to business, that we should buy these services. But the thing is, clearly the interest gets higher to those systems or to the things that we offer for bug bounty, and we give green light to ethical hackers. So, in case if you do not limit the number of hackers, then anyone can come, and in case they're interested enough, then they will give more hacks. Let me answer this question as a typical question. Oftentimes I hear this question. First, in case if guys take part in cyber exercises, then the interest rises, but they don't have any privileges. Black hackers could do it exactly the same, but white hackers have a higher interest. Their conditions are even worse, because they cannot break the law of Russian Federation. Everyone who is in bug bounty, they get exposed. For a dark hacker, they cannot get exposed. In case if they get exposed through a bug bounty platform, it's super dangerous for them. Priority number one for them is to remain free, not get prisoned or not get exposed. Mindset of different white hackers is different, and we have a high reputation. And those people who have a reputation of being a black hacker previously, they never work as white hackers simply because the market has zero tolerance to criminals, cyber criminals. Maybe you can remember stories that one guy from the US hacked something, then he got prisoned, and then he became a white hacker. These stories are super old and outdated. It happened in 2000. Now we are not tolerable to those who have a mindset of criminal. Those who are on the dark side, they have a mindset of criminals, and white hackers are just savvy techs. They are super savvy technologists, and fraudsters, criminals, they have the mindset of criminals, and they keep on having it. Let me give my answer to this. It may sound vague that these are different people, but in real life, it's just a theory of games. And in the theory of games, black hackers play in the way that they choose those businesses that can't be hacked. They don't choose the businesses they want to hack. So they choose among thousands or dozens of thousands of companies. And now there's a question. Which company will will help me earn more? It's not the company that is engaged in cyber exercises, of course. Of course, they will just do one check and they will run it on 10,000 companies. And one of them, for instance, turns out to be vulnerable, and they will demand ransom from that exact business. They will not reach out to you. They will not be interested in you if you're engaged in cybersecurity. But if a white hacker hacks me, in case if he gets the money both here and there, then it will be very painful. I guess your question was about that. And it's the theory of games, and it's quite strange. The person signs an agreement, he exposes himself, he signs a contract, he gives his first name, last name, passport number. In case if this bug goes to darknet, then the first suspect will be exactly this white hacker. In case if he gives it away somewhere, then he will be the first one to call to police and be suspected. So in theory of games, it's impossible. It reminds me of a fun phrase of the last year. We discussed bug bounty. How can you run away from a bear? You don't have to ride the first. You should be the last running from a bear. Okay, I lost my thought, but this joke was good. I can tell you about our sensations, what we feel as a client of cyber exercises. We were not telling any difference between white or black hackers. We still feel the same. Once we got through cyber exercises, then later we scrutinized our infrastructure in order to feel more comfortable with our infrastructure. And we scrutinized in order to make sure that even an ethical hacker did not leave any back door. It makes you paranoid anyway, and it forces you to focus even more and to double-check everything in the system. Guys are saying that white hackers expose themselves and sign contracts and give their names and passport numbers, but customers will get paranoid anyway, and we got paranoid as well. So we took action in order to make sure that we are safe. Maybe, what if some of them are not white? I know what I wanted to say. In case if it's you're really scared to call all the white hackers, and you can do it in an exclusive manner, in a hidden manner. You don't have to disclose it. Like, you can invite those hackers whom you know in person. Yes, there are private programs where you can cherry pick those hackers who will do it. Yes, this is the path that we took, actually. Thank you for noticing this. Indeed, we just limited the number of hackers working on that, and we made a replica of our system, and this is what we offered hackers to hack. So the personal data were not the true ones there. So we got paranoid, and we took some steps to make ourselves more safe. Thank you for your answers. It will be easier for me to negotiate with business now. Maybe there are more questions? Exactly, I have a question. A simple question. I will have a few questions. One of them is the following. In case if bug bounty has a low price, if it's a low price, you oftentimes can see this, right? People will not turn into black hackers. It's easier for them to sell it in the black market. But the experience that you gain when you come to the next customer, do you warn them that you have these and these vulnerabilities, adjust them in advance. Or you find one vulnerability and tell them this is only this low-level vulnerability. Our testers found it. And then you come to the new customer with the same base of vulnerabilities that you find. Let me answer. Thank you for the question. About the first part, that the prices may be low for hackers. Anyway, cyber exercises and bug bounty, it's like a volume handle. When it starts from the low one, then you can increase the price. When we do bug bounty program, then we understand that activity is a little bit lower, but we have an idea that most likely there are more bugs, and we come to the customer. The question was different. The question was, is bug bounty always very not much money, but then you can gain much more money if you give this information to black hackers? But they would have done it from the start if they wanted to do that. Why do they want bug bounty then? And it's much more beneficial not to take part in bug bounty programs, but just hack companies and just hack them in real life. That's it. This is just the theory of games. Just try to hack 1,000 companies, then you can encrypt it and demand a ransom for de-encryption keys. Bug bounty is like he takes money there and then he takes money here. He exposed himself. The white hackers exposed themselves, so they cannot go to the black market ever. We will not catch them. And those who could be caught, they will be caught by Interpol, I guess.
We don't have time for that. A few words about the vulnerabilities. That, for instance, we can bring some material to that, and now this is not like that. We come to the customer. Well, the vulnerabilities of the customer, this is very sensitive information, something that is stored confidentially. This is treated as a top secret, and the only way we can convey that this is about just some analytics that would be anonymized, and we can only indicate the industry, and we will never indicate any endpoints or vulnerabilities, even the money that hackers earn. We will never identify that person if the person doesn't want to be identified. I got that question differently, as if it sounded like, may it happen that actually you're checking the same bugs everywhere, so the site doesn't need that, but the hackers are doing that. So, for instance, you take one exploit and you run across the whole bug bounty. You're a hacker and you may try to hack 1,000 companies rather than one company, so let them earn that money. So you find a vulnerability in WordPress and you can check other companies for the same bug. We run out of time. Okay, we run out of time. Can we collect more questions, or we have to wrap it up? We wrap it up. Okay, thank you so much then. Thank you for coming to listen to us, and I hope that today you learned something new, and probably you have learned something that would move the cybersecurity forward in the years to come, something that's great that is been promoted from Russia, because before we would copy and paste that from abroad. Have a good day. Thank you so much, and bye.